Hey guys, how's it going? On today's episode, I'm going to be showing you how to create this beautiful responsive car website that you see on the screen right now. As you can see, this is a clean design and I made this from Figma down to this part where it is right here. And at the end of this video, I'm going to show you how you can deploy this website online so you can show it to friends, family, and even get a job by showing it to your clients and all. Also, in the course of this video, I'm going to be teaching you the best practice in terms of creating files and folders, and I'm going to be showing you how to use some of the best JavaScript libraries out there, like the Mix It Up library, the Swiper.js library, the Scroll.js, and so on. All the links to everything in this website will be in the description below. And I'm glad to tell you that this is a beginner tutorial. So in case you know nothing about web development, please do not panic because this is a complete beginner's guide. So even if you know nothing about HTML, CSS, or even JavaScript, this is the tutorial for you because I'm going to walk you through step by step how you can create all this by yourself. So at the end of this video, you're going to work out with this exact website if you follow me step by step. All I'm asking for is that you leave a like and comment and also subscribe to this channel if you enjoy this content. Now let me walk you through what we are going to be building in this tutorial. As you can see right here, this is a car website. So if I should refresh, you're going to see the animations on this and everything right here we're going to discuss in this tutorial. So right here, as you can see, we have the header section, which has the logo, and also this has the navigation buttons, including a button inside the navigations. Right here, as you can see, when I scroll down, you have the about section with these beautiful cards. Also right here we have some list of logos with this nice hover effect on all of them. And right here we have these sections. Also we have this popular section right here where we have the list of our cars, and as you can see, we have this beautiful nice hover on the cars and also on the buttons. When I hover over the button, as you can see, these beautiful animations like so, and we can slide to the left or to the right however we please. So we're going to be doing this with the help of ScrollReveal.js. Next we have this section, which is just a newsletter section. I'm going to be showing you how to customize these as well. And after that, we have one of the most interesting parts of this website, which is the product section. So as you can see, we can shuffle between the cars right here, and when you hover over these filter buttons, as you can see, they have these animations on them as well. So right now I click on Mercedes-Benz logo and we can see all the Mercedes-Benz cars on this website. If I click on the Lamborghini, you can also see the Lamborghini cars right here. And if I click on Tesla, you can see the Tesla car right here. And when I click on all, everything is going to appear just like this. Next, we're going to see this section where we can download the application for this particular website. So we can download for the iOS or we download for the Android, and these will take you to either the App Store or the the iOS App Store as well. So down here we have the footer area, which also has this nice hover effect on them as well. So right here, as you can see, these social media links also have their own effect. And down here we have our copyright. So at the far end on the right hand bottom side, as you can see, we have this button, and when you click on it, it's going to take you to the very top, and we're going to be seeing how to do that as well. So let me click on all these links so you see that they work. So right now we are at the about section, and as you can see, the about is active. When I scroll back up to the home section, you can see that the home is now active, the about is deactivated. And when I come back to the about, as you can see, the about link is now active and it has this yellow color. So same thing with the popular section. If I just scroll down to the popular section right here, as you can see, it becomes yellow. If I go down to the product also becomes yellow right here, as you can see. And when I go down to the download, watch this color change to the dark version right there. So this is what I'm talking about. All right, so then we have this button again, and this website is completely responsive. So I'm going to right click on inspect, and as you can see, this right here is the iPhone 12 Pro version. And right here, as you can see, the navigation also works just fine. Right here, if I keep scrolling up, and as you can see, the buttons, the links right here, they change to the active state, which is just the yellow color as well. So everything works. And if I click on home, it's going to take out the navigation and it's going to bring me to the place where I decided to go. If I click back on this and I go to the about section, as you can see, we have this in the about section, and if I scroll down, we have these logos as well, and also we have this Y section right here. If I click again and I go to the popular section, as you can see, it brings us right here in the popular section. Then we can also scroll to the left or to the right. So right here we have the newsletter, and if I should click on the product section, it's going to bring us right here to the product section, and everything right here still works as expected. As you can see, everything still works just fine. And also when I click on this and go to the download section, it's going to bring us to the download section, and everything here works perfectly well as well. So also this button right here, when I click on it, it's going to take us to the very top. So this is what we're going to be creating in this tutorial. And if you like this video, please leave a like, comment on this video, and also please do not forget to subscribe if you are new to this channel, and I'll be looking forward to that. So without further ado, let's dive right in. Let's create a new folder on our desktop. So I'm going to create an empty folder, and I'm going to call it DopeCars or DopeCar. You can call it whatever you want. And after that, I'm going to open my Visual Studio Code, which is my code editor of choice. You can open whatever you're using. I'm just going to drag in that folder into my code editor, just like that. And I'm going to expand this. The setup process is going to be really easy and well arranged. So the first thing we're going to do is to create an index.html. And inside this HTML, we're going to have some boilerplate. So with the help of Emmet abbreviator in VS Code, I'm going to click on the exclamation mark. In my case, it is Shift and number 1. And then I'm going to hit Tab to generate this boilerplate for me. So I'm going to give this document or this project a title, and it's going to be DopeCars, let's see, rentals and sales, just like that. So once that is done, I'm going to put in all the necessary things we should be having, and I'll explain them once I'm done putting everything in. So I've gone ahead to comment out everything we'll be needing for the index.html section. And as you can see on the head tag, we have favicon, we have remix icon, we have the swiper CSS, and then we have CSS. So for now, we are going to link our remix icon and then our CSS, and we'll do the swiper CSS and the favicon later. And also, if you check on in the body tag itself, we have a comment of the main, and then we already have a main with a class of main right here, which ends right here. And this main is housing all the sections we'll be needing. So it's housing the home section, the about section, the brands, the white DopeCars, the popular section, the newsletter section, the product, the app, and the footer itself. And after the main, still inside the body tag, we have a scroll up, which is going to be the button you see on the bottom right corner. And then we have our ScrollReveal, which is the animation, and we also have our swiper JS, and then we have our mix it up, which is the library we'll be using for our product section. And this is the main JS, which is the file we are going to create as well. So first of all, let's come down here on the Explorer tab. Right here, let's create a new folder, and this folder is going to be the assets folder. So inside that same folder, I'm going to right click on the folder, and I'm going to create another folder and call it CSS. And while hovering over the assets folder, I'm still going to right click again and then click on new folder, and this time I want to do the JS, which stands for JavaScript. Now inside the CSS folder, I'm going to create a new file, and this time it's going to be style.css. And then inside the JS folder, I'm going to create a new file as well and call this main.js. All right, so once we have all this in our index.html, I'm going to link our style.css. So I'm going to do link, and then right here I'm going to use the one we created, which is this one. So what I can do is navigate through there and in our CSS and style.css. So as you can see right there, we already have our CSS linked, and we're going to do the same thing for our main.js. In this case, we're going to do the script. So inside the script, we're going to have a source, so in this case, we're going to do the script with the source, and this source is going to have, we're going to navigate to our JavaScript file that we created earlier. All right, so that is done. The next thing we're going to do is to link our remix icon, and for that we have to go to remix icon itself. So right here, I have it open. You have to go to remixicon.com. Then I'm going to go to navigate to their GitHub page. So I'm going to click on that get started right there, and it's going to take me to this tab. And then under usage, as you can see, I'm still going to scroll down where it says CDN. I'm going to copy this CDN link that we have right here. So once I copy that, I can go back right here and I can easily paste that in. And now we already imported our icon library. So after that, I can close this up, and this can still be open because we're going to be using some icons after all. All right, so once that is done, the next thing we're going to do is to let's see. Okay, so I think we are done right here, but I forgot to add one main or important comment right here for one of the sections we're going to be creating, and that is the header section. I'm going to comment that out as well and make it like this. All right, now let's go to our style.css and start adding our basic stylings. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do right here is to grab our fonts, and in this case I'm using two fonts. So the first one is actually Poppins, which is Google font, and the other one is not on Google. It's called Berliana, and I'm going to provide it as well, but I'm going to show you how you can easily import fonts that you'd like to use, maybe a font you purchased from a font platform or something you download for free but it's not available on Google. So I'm going to show you how you can use that as well. All right, so first let's go back to our browser, and then in our browser let's type in fonts.google.com, as you can see right here. So once I get that up, I'm just going to clear what I have so you can see how I do this. So remove all. All right, so I'm going to come here and search for Poppins. Once I get Poppins, I click on it, and then I'm going to select the font weight that I prefer. So in this case, I'm just going to do 200, even though I won't be using that. Then 300 and 400, 500, and then let's do 600. I basically won't use all of these, but it doesn't hurt to have them. So I'm just going to have them like that. Next, I'm going to click on import, as you can see right here, and in between the style tag, I'm just going to copy whatever I see there. So once I copy that, I'm going to come back to my code editor, and then inside my code editor, I'm going to paste in the code I just copied. So just like that, and that is how we got the font in there. So next, I'm going to create a new folder inside of my assets folder. So I'm going to navigate through the assets, hover over it, right click, and then hit the new folder tab. And inside this new folder, I'm just going to write fonts. So I'm going to name it fonts, and then I'm going to drag in a font, the font I'll be using for this design. So I'm going to navigate to where I have that font, and I'm going to copy or drag it in. So as you can see right here, I'm dragging it into the font, and I'm going to say copy right here. So that's what I'm going to do. Once I release, we have the font in here already. So if you have your font anywhere, just make sure it is either OTF or TTF. So it is either OTF or TTF. That is the font for Windows. I don't know what it is for Mac, if it is the same, but I can't really say. But if you're using Windows, it is either the name of the font and then OTF, or the name of the font and then TTF. All right. So once I have this, how do we use it? So what we can do is to come back to our CSS, our style of CSS, and then we can simply say at font face, like so. And then what I can do is give this font a name. So a name that will be easy for me to use. As you can see right here, it says Berliana Lovely. So I think Berliana Lovely will be too long, so I can shorten it here. I can give it whatever I want. I can give it A, B, C, and D. I can give it that or whatever I want. But in this case, I'm going to say Berliana, just like that. And then I'm going to grab the source. So the src where this folder is located. So we're going to do the URL, and I'm going to navigate through where this folder is located. And as you can see, it is right here. So once I get that done, now we can use this font anywhere, and we can use it as Berliana anywhere on our website. So that is how we get that. All right, so once we do that, let's set our variables. So we're going to have some CSS variables, and with that, I'm going to say CSS variables, just like that. And then I'm going to set the root. So in this root, we're going to have a basic header height. So we're going to set the header height to 3.5 rem. And then for the colors, let's do colors. So for colors, we're going to have our first color, which is this value code F2D41E. And then once we have that, we're going to move to the next color code. Oh, I forgot to end or terminate this right here. So once we have that, we're going to go to the next color code. This is going to be first color and then alt. So for the first color alt, we're going to have the F2A81E, just like that. And next, we're going to have the title color. So for the title color, I forgot to add this. All right. So for the title color, we're going to have the FA, just like that. And next, we're going to have the text color. Text color. And with the text color, we're going to have this color code A7ABB4. Next, we're going to have a white color. So for this white color, it's just going to be straight up white, just like so. Next, our body color. So for the body color, we're going to have 01000A. And then lastly, we're going to have our container color. So for the container color, we're going to have 182334. All right, so we have our colors set already. Now let's go to the fonts. So still inside our roots right here, we are going to make a comment, and then this is going to be for our fonts and typography, just like that. Now I wanted to understand that 1 rem is equal to 16 pixels, and that means half of the rem, half of 16 pixels is going to be 8 pixels, which is 0.5 rem. So that is 0.5 rem. So in case you're seeing 0.5, you know we're referring to 8 pixels. If you're seeing 1 rem, we're referring to 16 pixels. All right. So with that said, the first thing I want to do first is to set our font family. So right here, I'm going to have a text font, and the text font is going to be our Poppins. And in case Poppins wasn't able to load fast, we're going to fall back to sans serif. So the sans serif is going to be active. All right, so next we're going to set our title font. So for the title font, this is where we are going to use our Berliana font. So our Berliana font, we're going to grab Berliana, just like so. All right, so next, if we can't find Berliana, I forgot to wrap this in a quote. So if Berliana is not available, we can also do sans and serif, just like that. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is to go to our biggest font size. So for the biggest font size, we're going to have 1.5 rem, and then the H1 font size, we're going to have 1.5 rem. Sorry, on the biggest font size, we're going to have 2 rem, not 1.5. And yeah, so on the H2 font size, we're going to have 1.25 rem. And then on the H3 font size, we are going to have 1 rem, like so. I forgot to end this. Next, on the normal font size, we're going to have 0.938 rem. Then for the small font size, we're going to have 0.813 rem. And then lastly, for the smaller font size, we're going to have 0.75 rem. Now, once we're done with that, we have to move to the weights themselves. So for the weights, we're going to do, first let me comment this out. So I'm going to call this font weight. Yeah. Now for the weight, we're going to have the font lighter, and the font lighter is going to be 300. I also forgot to end this. I hope I don't have issues with ending or error codes today. So we're going to have the font light as well for 400, and then the font medium for 500, and lastly we're going to have the font semi bold for 600. Okay, before we move to the next one, I made an error right here. So this font is something we're going to be using later in this tutorial, not a general font right here. So the general font is supposed to be Ubuntu, just like this, and I also forgot to grab it from here, so we're going to do just that. So what I can do is go back to fonts, click on fonts, and then let's search for Ubuntu, and this one right here is what we're going to be using as well. So for this, we're going to select basically the same thing. So let's do 300, let's do 400, let's do 500, let's do 600, and yeah, 500 and 700. Okay, so that is what we need, and I'm just going to copy all this as well, and I'm going to come back to our code and replace this whole code. Let me just select it manually. So I'm going to replace this old code with the new one I've just copied. All right, so now our Ubuntu is also active. Okay, so I'm going to show you where we'll be using this imported font, where we're going to be using that. I'll show you in a bit, but first let's keep going. All right, so once we have that, let's also set our Z index. So for the Z index, we're going to have the Z to tip, and it's going to be set to 10, and then we're going to have the Z fixed, and this is going to be set to 100, just like so. Now outside of our roots, as you can see, outside of this roots right here, we're going to have our responsive typography. So we're going to have another root, but in a media query. So right here, I'm just going to write responsive typography. So right here, I'm going to do media at media screen and min width. So for the min width, we're going to go with 968 pixel. And outside of that, I'm going to create the root. So in this root, the H1 font size is going to be set to 2.25 rem. And then the H2 font size is going to be set to 1.5 rem. And next, the H3 font size is going to be set to 1.25 rem, and then the normal font size is going to be set to 1 rem, and the small font size is going to be 0.875 rem, and I forgot to end this again. Next, the smaller font size is going to be 0.813 rem, just like so. All right, so once we're done with that, it's time to get our basic styling, which is the base styling actually. So what I can do is make a comment here and call it base. So in this base styling, we're going to have a general selector, and we're going to set our box sizing to border box. Our padding is going to be 0, and our margin is going to be 0 as well. So next, we'll have our HTML. So this HTML, we're going to set our scroll behavior to smooth. So as you can see, when we click on popular, it scrolls down to popular section. But if we should take out the scroll behavior, if we should take that out and save, when we click on popular again, as you can see, it just jumped to the section. it doesn't scroll down smoothly, it just jumps to that section. So that is why we always need a scroll behavior of smooth. Makes sense, right? Okay, so moving forward, once we have the smooth, we're going to set our body, target our body, and give it the font family of the text font. So right here we are using our variable, and this is how you set the variable. This is how you use a CSS variable actually. So you do var, which stands for variable, and then you open a bracket, and then inside you put in that value. So in this case, we are using this text font right here, which is carrying this value right here. So we set our font family, and we are giving it Poppins. So that is the body, and for the font size, we're going to be using another variable again, which is the normal font size. So that is the size we want actually. And for the background color, yet another variable, which is the body color. And then for the color proper, we're going to set our text color to be the color proper. All right. So once we get that out of the way, the next, let's target all our H1. So H1, all our heading tag rather. So the H1, the H2, the H3, and let's stop at H3. So let's give a color of title color, and then let's give a font weight of font semi-bold. Font, made a mistake. It's supposed to be font semi-bold. Okay, so let me type it out. var font semi-bold. Oh, I forgot, I omitted the font, the F, so that's why it wasn't working. So right here, if I should type font semi-bold, yeah, that is supposed to come up. So expect errors too when you code, it's inevitable. All right, so the font family is going to be title font, and the line height, we're going to set that to 1.4 right out of the box. Okay, so next, let's set our UL. So all the list items we're going to be having, the unordered list we're going to be having, we're going to set them to give them a list style of list. Let's do list style of none. And then we're going to have a font family of title fonts as well. So for the anchor tags or the anchor links or the A tag, as you might know it, we're going to set the text decoration to none. We're going to have the font family set to the title font as well. Next, let's target all the images we'll be using and give them a maximum width of 100% and give them a height of auto, just like so. All right, so the next thing we're going to be doing now is to set our reusable CSS classes. So for this, I'm going to add the reuse with a capital letter, reusable CSS classes as a comment, so we can understand what that means. So for the container, we're going to have a maximum width of 1024 pixel. Then for the margin right, we're going to have 1.5 rem, and then for the margin left, we're going to have 1.5 rem as well. Next, we'll have a grid because we're going to be using grid a lot. So let's make a grid CSS class right here and give it a display of grid and then a gap of 1.5 rem by default. All right, so the next one is the section. This is what we're going to be using for all the sections we're going to be having on our website. So 4.5 rem to the top, 0 to the left and right, and 2 rem to the bottom padding. All right, next, the section title. So for this section title, we're going to have a font size of H1 font size, and then the margin bottom is going to be 2.5 rem, and we're going to have a font family of title font as well. Next, we'll have a subtitle, and this subtitle is going to have a font size of smaller font size. It's going to have a color of first color. It's going to have a padding left of 2 rem, and a position of relative, a display of flex, and then we're going to have a margin bottom of 1.3 rem, like so. Next, for our subtitle before, so we're going to have a subtitle before, and this is going to have a content of empty, an empty string. The position is going to be absolute, and we're going to have a top of 50%, and then a left of 0, a width of 20 pixels, and then a height of 2 pixels, like so. Then we're going to set a background color of first color, just like that. Next, we're going to have our main, so dot main, we're going to set that to overflow of hidden. So far we've only used this main CSS class that we created right here. As you can see, we have main here, and in our index.html we have a main CSS right here. So whatever is in here is going to have a overflow of hidden, both to the y-axis, which is up to down, and the x-axis, which is left to right or right to left. Now let's target the header section. So with that, we're going to create a header tag, and this header tag is going to have a class of header and an ID of header as well. So in that header tag, we're going to have another tag, which is the nav tag, and this is also going to have the nav class, and also another class of container, like so. And then we're going to have inside that nav tag, we're going to have an a tag, and that a tag is going to be housing our logo. So what we can do is do an a tag and then give it a class of nav logo, and then inside that logo, let's bring it down. This goes nowhere for now. So inside the a tag, we're going to have an icon actually. So let's go to our remix icon and let's search for car, or let's search for roadster. All right, so I used this one right here, so I'm just going to copy this right now, and then let's go back here and paste that in. So once we have that, we'll go down again and type in DopeCars, like so. All right, so next thing, as a matter of fact, let's save this and see what we've been doing so far. So if I should click on go live right here, and as you can see, we have our DopeCars right here. So what we need to do is to inspect this. Let's bring this all the way back. All right, so we're going to be doing this mobile first, and as you can see, we already have this DopeCars right here. So I think I'm also going to bring this in a little bit so that we can have them side by side. So I'm going to do this, and then right here I'm just going to drag this out. Okay, so the next thing we're going to add in is the div with the class of, just after the logo, we're going to have a div with a class of Nav Menu and an ID of Nav-Menu. All right, so this method of giving classes is called the Bem Methodology. I'll leave a link for you to check out the documentation on Bem Methodology. So this is the best way to give a CSS to whatever tag you have on your index.html. All right, so inside of this nav menu, I'm going to have a UL with a class of nav list. So inside the nav list, we're going to have several li, which is going to be a nav item, and inside a nav item is going to have the link proper. So the li is going to have a class of nav item, and in that li we're going to have another a tag with a class of nav link, just like so, and this is going to go to the home. So I'm going to do hashtag home, and right here we're going to write home as well. So what I can do is to copy 4 more times, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now all we need to do is change what we have here. So this is going to go to the about, and then right here about, this is going to go to the popular, and right here we're going to have popular as well. This is going to go to the products, and right here we're going to have products as well. This right here is going to go to the app, and right here we're going to have download. So these are the navigation links we're going to be having here. Next, after the UL, let's have a div with a class of nav close, and it's going to also have an ID of nav close. So this nav close, we're going to have an icon there. So let's navigate back to right here, and here we're going to search for, let's do close, and then we can have this one right here. So this close line, I'm just going to hit copy, and I'm going to come back here and paste it right there. Okay, so after the nav close, we're going to have another div with a class of nav and then toggle. So nav toggle and an ID of nav toggle as well. So once we have that, we're going to paste in another code, another icon rather. So this time I'm going to come back again to the remix icon, and then I'm going to search for, let's do menu. Let's see what we get. All right, so I'm going to be using this one, this menu 3 right here, and I'm going to hit copy, come back here and paste. Okay, so this is everything we need for our header section in our index.html. And I'm going to hit Ctrl save, Ctrl S to save. As you can see right now, it is currently not saved. That's why we can see this little white circle right here. So the moment I hit Ctrl S, as you can see, the circle disappears and we have just the X. So in case you wonder you're doing something and it's not working, always check this right here if you're using Visual Studio Code. So let's go back to our website. As you can see, we have all this right here, including the icons we've just imported as well. All right, so next we're going to head back to our style.css, and once we are in our style.css, we are going to have another comment right here. So this time it's going to be the header and nav menu. So this is what we are going to be having, like so. This is too much, so I'm just going to reduce a little. All right, so right here we're going to target the header. So for the header, let me close that out. So inside the header, we're going to target the width of that header. So the width, we want it to be 100%, like so. And next, we want the background to be transparent. We don't want any color there at all. We want to give it a position of fixed so that it sticks to wherever we place it to be. And then in this case, we want to put it to the top 0 and then to the left as well 0. Next, let's have a z index. So in this case, we want to have a z fixed. So next, we're going to have the border bottom. We'll set that to 1 pixel solid. We'll give it an RGBA value, and this is going to be 109, 109, 109, and then 0.4. So if I save this, we're going to have this faint line right here. Okay. The next thing we're going to do is to target our nav menu. So for the nav, we're going to have a height of var header height. So the header height is what we need. The display of flex, and then we're going to have a justify content of space between, not around but between. Then we're going to have an align items of center. And the font family is going to have the title fonts, just like that. And if you remember, we have a variable of header height, which is the first variable we set right here. Okay, so next thing, I'm going to grab the logo, the nav logo and the nav toggle. So right here we have nav logo, which is the DopeCars with this car icon, as you can see right here. And then we want to also grab the nav toggle, which is this one you see right here. So what are we going to do to those two things? First, let's grab them, nav logo, and then the nav toggle. So what are we going to do here? The first thing we want to do is to set the color to title color, not font. And then we want to give it a display of inline flex, just like this. So if I save this, this is what we're going to have. So first of all, we targeted this nav. We gave it a height of header height, which is about 3 rem, 3.5 rem. And once we do that, we then display it flex, which is why you see it display like this. If I should take out this flex and save, we'll still have the default. So display flex, we're going to set it like this, and then we need to justify content space between, which is why there's a lot of space in between these two. So basically what the display flex did inside this nav is that, as you can see, we have the nav here, which we did this display flex on, and this right here is one of the child inside, and this is the second one. So it's going to put the space in between these two like this, as you can see right here. So that is what we did basically right there. All right, so going back to our style.css, then we are going to target the logo again. So that's nav logo, and this time we're going to align items center, and then the column is going to be, let's do column gap, let's set it to 0.25 rem, and then the font weight, let's give it font medium, like so, and transition we're going to do 0.3 seconds, just like that. All right, so this is what we have for the logo right now. So let's target the logos icon. So for that, we're going to do nav logo and then grab the icon. Then we're going to set the font size to 1.25 rem, and then the color is going to be first color. All right, so in case you're wondering how I got this eye, this is from the icon. As you can see, we have the nav logo, which I picked with the CSS, and then we have this eye, which is the tag for this logo, which is the car logo that we have beside the text. All right, so if I save this now, this is what we're going to have. So the car becomes yellow, and then we have our text which is still white. Okay, so but let's create a hover state for this. So for the nav logo, let's create a hover state, and then for the hover, we're going to set the color to first color, just like that. So now, since we already have a transition of 0.3 seconds, once we hover over this, it should work. Oh, I did transform instead of transition, so it's supposed to be transition of 0.3 seconds, and now it should smoothly transit in, as you can see right now. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is to grab our nav toggle. So the nav toggle, we want to give that a font size of 1.25 rem. The cursor is going to be pointer. All right, so it's going to be this big, and the cursor is going to be pointer. Now let's see how we can deal with these right here. So the X and then all this link right here. So what we're going to do is to create a media screen, so a media query. So we're going to do media screen, and we want to set the max width to 767 pixel. Once we have that value, we are going to set the nav menu, which is this nav menu right here that is housing all of these links. So the home, about, popular, product, and download link, the nav menu houses all of them. So we're going to have that nav menu, and once we have the nav menu, what we can do right here on our CSS is to set the position to fixed as well, and then we're going to give the background a color of RGB, actually RGBA color. So we're going to set the first value to 0, and then the next one is going to be 6, the next is going to be 15, and then the next is going to be 0.1, just like that. So if I save this, we're still going to have this. Now let's set the top to 0, then the right position, we're going to set that to 0 as well, and we want to give it a width of 100%, and then the height is going to be 100% as well. So I'm going to hit save, and this should work. So what exactly is wrong? Okay, we are spelling width wrongly. So width is supposed to be spelled this way. So if I save that now, as you can see, this is what we have. All right, so next we're going to add a backdrop filter, and this filter, we're going to give it a blur value. So we're going to say blur 96 pixel. So we want to blur this 96 pixel, and if I should save, you might not really get this, but there is a blurred background right there. So in order for this blurred background to work on most browsers, we're going to set the WebKit as well. So WebKit background filter, and we're going to give it the same exact value. So first blur, and then give it a 96 pixel value, and then lastly we're going to do the transition and give it 0.3 seconds, just like that. So now I'm going to hit save. All right, so outside of the media query, and in case you're wondering, the reason why we have this media query is so that when we stretch our website to a certain width, like when we move to from the mobile version to the tablet version, this is not going to be like this. So all the navigation links are not going to be as it is on the mobile version. We are going to set the PC version or the desktop version or the tablet version later. So whatever we are doing to it, we're only confining it within from as it is right now to 767 pixel. So the moment it hits 767 or 768, everything is going to break, and we're going to set that one later. So but for now, let's just keep going. Or okay, let me just show you what I mean. So right here, if I keep dragging, and then you see we had 400, 500, 600 width, and the moment I get to 767 right here, as you can see, everything changes again. So we move from this to this, from this to this. So we're going to style this later as well, but for now, let's work with the mobile version as we are currently doing. All right, so the next thing I'm going to do is to, let's grab the nav list. So the nav list, we're going to set the display to flex. The flex direction, we're going to give that column, and then the text align, we're going to set that to center, and the row gap, we're going to give that 3 rem. The padding top is also going to have 9 rem, like so. So this is how it's going to display. Next, something is actually wrong. I think I did something wrong. So I'm going to go back to the index right here. The fact that this is following this section everywhere is completely wrong. So I discovered that I put the nav toggle inside of the nav menu, which is not supposed to be. So it is supposed to be outside of the nav menu. So what I'm going to do here is to put it outside of this nav menu right here. So if I should save this now, as you can see, it disappears automatically because it's not supposed to be there in the first place. So if I set this to 100%, or sorry, it's supposed to be negative 100%. As you can see, this is how it's supposed to be. So side by side with this. All right, so let's go back to 0 so we can see what we are styling. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do here after the nav list is I'm going to target the nav link. So the nav link, and for the nav link, I'm going to set the color to title color. I'm going to have the font size to H2 font size, and then the font weight to font medium, and the transition is going to be 0.3 seconds. So here is what we're going to see right now. Okay, next we are going to target the nav close, or first of all, let's target the nav link hover. So when we hover over it right now, it does nothing. So we want to put a hover state. That is why we have this transition of 3 seconds, 0.3 seconds rather. So now I'm going to have a nav link and then hover, like so. So on the hover state, we're going to have a color of first color, and that is all. So if I should hover over this right now, as you can see, it changes just like so. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is to target the nav close. So for the nav close, we're going to set the font size to 2 rem. The color, we're going to set that to white color, and then the position, we're going to have that to be set to absolute, just like that. We want the top to be 1 rem, then the right, we want it to be 1.15 rem, and then the cursor is also going to be pointer. So with that, we're going to have our X right here, this place. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is to start our download link. So .download and link. First, let's go back to our index.html. So on this download, we're going to have a class with a class called download and then link, like so. I'm going to save this. now coming down here, I'll be styling the download link. So the first thing I want to do is to set the font size to normal font size. The padding, I'm going to set that to 1 rem to the top and bottom and 2 rem to the left and right. So the background color is going to have first color, and then the border radius is going to be 50 pixel. The color is going to be the body color. So right now, if I hit save, this is what we're going to get. Then we're going to set a hover state for this. So download link, we're going to have the hover, and for this hover we're going to have a background color of as the first color alt, and then the color itself is going to be the body color by default. So right now if I hover over this, nothing happens. Okay, so the issue is we're supposed to have first color alt, but I didn't do that. So I only wrote first color, which is the actual color that is present there at the moment. So first color alt is going to give us this color change right here. So this looks cool. All right, so moving forward, we are going to focus on the JavaScript part of this, so that we can have this toggle in and out. In our JavaScript, we're going to have a comment as well. So let's do let's call this header nav menu. All right, so in here we are going to have a const. So we're going to set a const variable, and we'll call this nav menu. So we're going to set that to document dot get element by ID. So we're going to grab the nav menu ID. So nav menu, which is this one right here. So this nav menu, the one wrapping all the links, that is what we are grabbing. So the next thing, we're going to grab the toggle, which is this one right here. So we're going to grab this toggle. Let's copy this, and I'm going to come back to our main.js, duplicate this, change this to toggle, and then change this to nav toggle. We're going to duplicate this one more time, and then this time around we're going to grab the nav close, so which is this ID right here. So nav close, I'm going to come back, change this to nav close, and then right here I'm going to do nav close as well. All right, so once I grab these, the next thing I'm going to do is to come to nav toggle. So nav toggle, we want to add an event listener, and what are we listening for? We are going to be listening for the click event, and with that we are going to open up our arrow function, and then in there we're going to have the nav menu, which is this nav menu right here. We're going to grab the nav menu. What we want to do to it, we want to add a class. So class list. So nav menu dot class list dot add class list dot add. Oh, I forgot my complete arrow function right here, so please do not forget this. So nav menu dot class list dot add, we want to add another class called the show menu class. So this is the new class we want to add to this, and it's called show menu. All right, so now let's click on save, Control S. We have to go back to our styles for this to work. So right here in the media query where we have our nav menu, we want to set this, the right to -100%, so that it goes out of the frame 100% to the negative side, just like this. So now if I click on this nav open, which is what we did currently right here, this nav toggle, so by default it's supposed to be working once I click on it, but it is not working because we don't have a class at all. So if I should come right here and then I open this up and open this up, and then I open this part up. So right here, as you can see, show menu is active. If I click on it, it is active right now. If I should refresh and then I open again, open the body, open the header, open this snap, there's no show menu right here. But the moment I click on this, you can see show menu right here. So this simply means that it is working. Let me see if I can increase this. So let me do that again for the last time. If I should refresh, come right here, refresh, and then I come right here and click on this first. Let me see if this is opened. So let me click on this nav menu so that we can see our nav menu right here. So if I click on this, as you can see, it added the class of show menu, but the show menu is not doing anything because we don't have it yet on our website. So what we're going to do is come down to the style.css, and then right here, let's make a comment and call that comment show the menu. All right, so right here, show the menu. Right here, I'm just going to set a class show menu, and then what I'm going to do is just set the right to 0% right here, or 0 pixel. So right now, as you can see, this is working. So if I should refresh now, and I open this nav menu, this nav, and then on the nav menu there is nothing, and there is nothing right here as well. But the moment I click on this, as you can see, this slides right in, and then the show menu is active. So, but another issue is that this right here is not working. If I keep clicking on this X, as you can see, it does nothing. But we want it to take this whole navigation out of this page and take it 100% negative side. So how we can achieve that? We can do that by coming right here. We are going to duplicate this whole thing right here, and then we're going to change this from nav toggle to nav close, which is not new thing we are adding. We are just grabbing this right here. So don't think we are adding any new thing. This is the variable we set here is what we are grabbing. And then what do we want it to do? So the nav toggle adds this show menu. Now we want this nav close to remove that show menu. So we're just going to change the add to remove and then hit save. So once you do that, right now, if you click on this, it comes up, and if you click back, it goes out. So this is how we achieve the nav toggle effect right here. I hope that looks cool to you. All right. So moving forward, we are finally done with the navigation menu for this mobile version, and we are going to be moving to the hero section next. For the home section, we are going to be having a section tag. So it's going to be section, and it's going to have a class of section, and then another class of home, and an ID of home. All right, so for this section class right here, this is one of the reusable classes we set. And right here, so remember, we have made use of container, and that is when we did our header section. So right here inside of the nav, we have the container header, and that is why we have these spaces we have on the left hand side and on the right hand side right here, because we set that to margin left of 1.5 rem and margin right of 1.5 rem. So we have used the header, the container, and we are going to be using the container consistently. But right now we just grabbed this section class right here, which has a padding of 4.5 rem to the top, 0 to the left and right, and then 2 rem to the bottom. So for this, the section, we're going to have the section and then home, and inside the section we're going to have the container. So we're going to have a class of container, a div with a class of container, and another class of the home container, like so. Also, we're going to have the grid class as well, just like this. All right, So inside of this home container, we're going to have the div with a class of home data. So in this home data, we're going to have a span, and then this span is going to have a class of subtitle and another class of home sub. So we're going to give this a text of drive anytime, anywhere. And where is this subtitle coming from? It's also coming from our reusable class right here. So we have a subtitle which also have a before pseudo element on it. Okay, so right now if I save this, this is what we are going to get by default. All right, so it means everything is working fine. Now what we can do is to grab the h1 tag and then give it a class of home title. So just like this, and in this title, let me just copy and paste what we have in there. So right here, we're going to have this text, and this is how it's going to look like. All right. So the next thing we're going to do is to have the p tag. So this p tag, we're going to give it a class of home description. So home description, and it's going to say, let me just copy this and paste it here as well. All right, so that's what we're going to be having there. The next thing we're going to be having after the p tag is another div with a class of home flex, and this is where we're going to have our button and the home values. So for the button, we're going to have a div with a class of home dash btn, and inside the btn we're going to have an a tag, and then this a tag is going to be pointed to the about section. So it's going to take us to the about section, and we need to have a class right here of home button, like so. And then inside here we're going to say start here, and this is also going to have an icon, and we're going to get that icon. So let's go back to our browser, come back to remix icon, and right here we're going to type in arrow. So we want the arrow facing down like this. So arrow down, but let's see if we can get a much better one. Let's see. Okay, so I think I'm just gonna go with this. So this one right here, let's copy this and then let's paste it in here like so. All right, so this is what we have, and if I should save this and go back to our website, this is what we have right now. Okay, so looking good. Next, we are going to have outside of the home button div, we're going to have another div with a class of home value. So this home value is going to have a div, and inside that div we're going to have an h1 of let's give it a class of home value number. So the home value number is going to be 2k, and inside the span we're going to have the plus sign right there. So next we're going to have a span with a class of home value description, just like this, and it's going to be premium, and then we're going to have a break like so, and then we're going to say super cars. So if I save this now, this is what we are going to see, just like this. All right, the next thing we are going to have is to target outside of this div, outside of the div, the empty div, or outside of the div without this class, without any class at all, we are going to come down again and we are going to create another div and call it the line H. So I ran out of names to give, so I gave it this, the line H, and this is what's going to separate right here. If I should take you back to the original site, so as you can see, this line right here is what we are actually working on. So let me write that out. So this line right here, this line you see right here is what we are working on. All right, so let's go back to our file. And yeah, so after the line, we're going to have another div, and this time it's going to say the home value number. So basically the same thing we did there, 36K, and in the span we're going to have the plus as well, and then outside of the span we are going to say let's close okay, so I'm going to cut this out, and what I want to do is inside of this empty div right here, I'm going to do h1, and then I'm going to paste that right here like this. Okay, so h1 with a class of home value number, 36K plus, and then after the h1 we're going to have the span, which is going to have a class as well of home value description, like so. And inside of that I was going to say I think happy customers, happy break, let's have our break, and then customers, just like that. So yeah, that is what we have there. All right, so outside of the div, the entire div, we are going to have the home img. So I'm just going to put that here outside everything, just before the closing section tag. We're going to have the div and give it a class of home img, and in that div we're going to have an img, and then the source is going to be okay, I think this is where I need to add our image. So I'm going to open up the Explorer. I'm going to, inside this asset tab, while hovering over the asset folder, I'm going to create another folder and call it images. Or what I can just do instead is, I think I should just grab my image wherever they are and then import them. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to my original design and then grab the image and put it inside of the asset folder. So as you can see, we have an image right here. So all these are what we are going to be making use of, as you can see right here. Okay, so since I have my image, now it is time to link the image to where it's supposed to be. So I'm going to do assets, images, and I'm going to search for hero img, just like this. So if I save this, we are going to get this. It is always good to add your alt tag, but this is just tutorial, so for the sake of this tutorial I'm not going to add this at all, so I'm going to take that off. And yeah, this is what we have. Okay, so this is all for the index.html for the hero section. So we're going to come down here and then add another comment in our CSS and call it the home section or hero section, whatever you'd like to name yours, but normally it is called the hero section. Okay, so I'm going to grab the home. I'm going to give it a padding bottom of 0 rem, so we don't want any padding at the bottom. and then we're going to grab the home container, and for the container we're going to have a padding top of 4 rem, a row gap of let's do 3.5 rem, and let's see how it is. So now we pushed it down a bit, and then at the bottom as well. So next we're going to have the home title, and then by the way we're also going to grab the home value number. So basically we are grabbing the home title, which is this right here, all this, and then we are also grabbing the home value number, which is these numbers right here. Okay, all right. So for these two, we are going to give them a color of title color, like so. So for the home title, we're going to set the font size to biggest font size. The line height is going to be 1.3. Then the margin bottom, let's give that 0.9 rem. The text transform is going to be capitalized, and if I save that, this is what we get. All right, so next, moving forward, we are going to grab the home description. So for the home description, we're going to have the color set to text color, and the margin bottom is going to be 2 rem, and that is what we get. Okay, next we're going to have the home button. So for the button, we're going to do a display of inline flex, justify content center, align items center, and with that we're going to set the background color. Background color is going to be the first color, and the color itself is going to be the body color, and we're going to have a padding of 0.9 rem and 2 rem. So 0.9 rem to the top and bottom, 2 rem to the left and right. Next we're going to have the border radius of 0.4 rem, 0.4 rem, 2 rem, just like that. And then we're going to have the font size set to normal font size. Then the transition is going to be 0.3 seconds, and then the font family, we want that to be the title font, and then the margin bottom 1.5 rem. So if I save this now, this is what we've been styling all along. Okay, so the next thing we're going to target is the home button hover. So when anybody hover over it, we're going to set the background color to first color alt, just like that. And now if I hover over this, as you can see, it smoothly changes color. That is our aim. All right, so for the home value, we're going to have the display of flex. The column gap is going to be 2.5 rem, and then align item is going to be center, and that is what we get. Next, let's target the home value number. So for the number, we're going to set our font size to H1 font size, and then the font weight to font medium, and with that we get this. So home value number. All right, let me see if we have home value number spelled correctly. Home value number. All right, so it is correct. Next we are going to have home value number, and then target the span inside, which is a plus. So we want to give that a color of first color, and now this is how it's going to look like. So next, let's target the line that I gave earlier. So the line H, which is this div right here. So this div, this empty div, is what we're going to use as the line demarcation. So we're going to set that to height of 50 pixel, width of 2 pixel, and then we want the background color set to A7 ABB4, just like that, and here we go. Okay, so this is how we were able to achieve this section right here. I think the only thing left is just to add a little bit of padding to the bottom, or margin to the bottom. So we could do home value, and then we could just bring that to the margin bottom, give it like 1.5 rem bottom, and you see this part go down. So we have enough room right here at the moment. Okay, so we are finally done with the hero section, or the home section. We'll be moving to the next section in a bit. Moving on to the about section. First, let's have a section with a class of section, and then in that same section we're going to have an about class, and we're going to have an ID of about, because this is the about section. Then inside the section we're going to have a div with a class of about underscore container, and then we're going to have another class with a container in it, and also we're going to have a grid inside of that container as well. Next, we're going to have another div with a class of about group. So once we have that, inside the about group, we're going to have a div with the class of about underscore data. And in that data, we're going to have a span. So a span with the class of subtitle, and then another class of about sub, just like so. Then in that subtitle, we're going to have this text inside of it. So I'm just going to copy and paste like that. Then we have an H2 with the class of section title. So this is the first time we are using one of the CSS classes we set, which is the section title. We already styled that as we want it to look like. Okay, so in this section title, I'm also going to copy and paste the content I have there. So like this. Now after this H2, we are going to have a p tag, and this is going to be the about description. Then in that description, I'm also going to copy and paste what I have, which is this right here. So the next thing we are going to do is, after this p tag, we're going to have a div. So after the p tag right here, we're going to have a div, and this div is going to have a class of about data, then card. And in this about data card, we are going to have another div with the class of about card. I know we are writing a lot of divs, but this is one of the best ways to wrap your content in. So the next thing we're going to have is an image tag with a source. So let's get a source. And for now, we really don't need this, but make sure you write your alt tag at least. Very, very important for search engine. So the search engine optimization is very, very important to use your alt tag. All right, so here we're going to move to our assets, and in the asset, the images, and we're going to have our about card image 1. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is to, after the image, we're going to have our H3 with the class of about underscore card, and then title. So in this title, we're going to have rent a car. Then after the H3, we're going to have a P with a class of about underscore card then desk, which is just for short form for description. So we're going to have here luxury. Next, let's grab our icon. So for this, I'm going to go back to remix icon, and in here I'm just going to search for let's do arrow right. Let me just search through. I'm going to grab let's see the one we make use of. We made use of here. Okay, just this. We're going to grab this actually. So I'm going to click on this and then hit copy right there. So let's come back to our design, and then let's come back to our code. So right here I'm going to paste that in, and I'm also going to give it a class of about card icon. So with that, outside this div but still inside the about card, so this is the about data card, just after the about card itself we're going to have another card, and basically it's going to be the same thing. So what I can do is just to copy this and then bring it down like this. All right, so the only thing I'm going to be changing here is two things actually. So the first one is going to be this image is going to turn from image 1 to image 2, and then the next one is here is from rent to buy. So these are the two things we're going to be changing right there. Okay, so once we have that, the next thing we want to do is to come down here. So right after the about group, just after the about group, we come down and then make sure that it is inside your container. So this container div right here, so just before the closing tag of the container, we're going to put in our image for the about section. So image with the source, and let's grab our image from assets, images, and this is going to be about img, just like that. So now we're going to save this, Control or Command S, and as you can see right here we have our details displayed right here. All right, so let's see how we can style this and make it look the way we want it to look like. Okay, so what we can do is to come back to our style.css. I've already made out a comment about section. So the first thing I'm going to do is to grab the about underscore description. So we want to target this right here. So now in here I'm just going to give it a margin bottom of 2 rem, and that is all, just to push down this content a little bit. All right, so the moment I do that, I'm going to come back and target the about let's do about data card. So let's see how where the about data card is. So as you can see, this is the about data card, and it is housing these two. So you're housing the about card 1 and then the about card 2 right here, which is this card with this image, and then this card right here with this one as well. So these are the two things that it is housing. So now let's see how we can style those. So I will come back to my style.css, and right here I'm going to do a display of flex, and then column gap, I'm going to make that 1 rem. And after that, I'm going to set a margin bottom of 4 rem, like so. So now if I save, we are going to get this. Oh, I made a mistake here. It's supposed to be about data, not about data. So now if I save, we are going to see this right here. So this content is going to display just like that. So next, we are going to target the about card itself. So let's grab the about card, and in that card we want to give a background color of container color, and then after the container color we want to give a border radius of about 15 pixels, and then we'll have a padding of 1.2 rem. Position is going to be relative, and then overflow is going to be hidden. All right, so once we get that, The next thing we want to do is to target the about img, about card, then img. So the image inside of that, we want to give it a border radius of 15 pixels as well. And then we want to have a margin bottom of 0.5 rem, just like this. So now this is what we have. Next, we're going to style the about. Let's do the about card title. In the about card title, we want to give a font size of small font size. So that is for the title. And for the title description, so the about card title description, so just a disk, this is what we gave it. So we're going to have a font size of smaller font size, smaller. Let's do smaller font size. And if I save, this is what we get. Okay, so once we grab that, let's also grab the about card. Let's do about card icon. If you remember, we gave this a, let's see, we gave it this about card icon. So that's what we are grabbing. We're grabbing this icon right here. All right, so once we grab that, let's do a position of absolute, and then we're going to give it a font size of 1.5 rem, and then the color is going to be the body color, like so. Then we want to give it a background color of the first color, so which is a yellow color. All right, so that is what we are gunning for. Then we'll set the right position to 0. The bottom is going to also be 0, and this is what we get. Next, we're going to have the padding set to 0.4 rem, and then we're going to have the border radius to 15 pixels to the top, 0 to the left, 0 to the bottom, and then 0 to the right as well. So this is what we get again. Then the cursor, we're going to make that pointer, and then the transition, we're going to make that 0.3 seconds, because we're going to create a hover state for the icon as well. So right here, let's also grab the about card icon, and then give the hover pseudo element, just like that. Then all we want to do is to give the background color the first color alt, the alternative. So when I hover over it like this, as you can see, the color changes. All right, so this is what we want to achieve right there, and then the image looks just fine as it is. So this is how we finished and conclude the about section. As you can see right here, since we have some content right now, we are able to scroll up and down on our website, but that is now affecting the header section rather. So the header section, which is also the nav section right here, is being affected. So as you can see, the content is overlapping or it's clashing with the header section, including the logo and then the toggle button. So right now, what we can do is to add some background. So a while back, I created a tutorial about responsive header navigation bar. I'm going to be leaving a link in the description below to watch this tutorial on how I made this navigation section practically the same thing with what we are trying to achieve right now. And as you can see right here, so this is the mobile version and this is the desktop version. So what we're going to be doing, in order to save some time, I'm just going to be copying some code right here. I'll also be leaving the link to this in the description below. So, but feel free to check that out if you want to, and you're going to learn how to make responsive navigation menu or responsive header section. So when I click on the asset, I'm going to navigate to the JS folder, and in the JS, I'm going to navigate to the main.js file. So right here, the next thing I want now, like we said, is to change the background. So for that, I'm going to copy this code right here. So I'm going to copy that. Let's come back to design, and now let's go to our code editor of choice. So right here, I'm just going to make some space and paste that in. So as you can see, it says change the background on scroll. So we have a function change header color, and the function we are calling the header itself. So right here, I'm just going to change this to, instead of nav, I'm going to change this to header, and I'm going to do the same with this and the next. So header, just like that. So basically what we're doing is, if this header, which is this right here, so let me show you the header I'm talking about. This header with the ID is what I am referring to, this one right here. So if we scroll on this page, we want that header to add this class of scroll header. So else, if we are not scrolling, or the page is like this, or we scroll back up, we want it to remove that class of scroll header. So basically what we're doing is to add this class whenever we scroll, and then remove it whenever we scroll back to the top, or when we reload the page to, you know, to this state that it currently is right now. So but for now, this is not going to do anything, and that is because the class right here is not doing anything. The class right here is not recognized in our CSS. We just added it here in our JavaScript, but it has nothing to do right here. So what we can do is to go back to the top. So just after the show the menu, we are going to create another comment, and we're going to call this change background color. So now I'm going to make a period or dot or full stop, whatever you call it, and then I'm going to paste in that class. So what I can do is to give this class a color of, let's do background color of red. So now if I save this, and the moment I watch what happens to this when I scroll to the top, as you can see, as soon as I scroll and it gets to about 50 pixels, this becomes active. So the red color shows. But as you can see, this is jumping in and out. It doesn't come in smoothly. So what we can do is to scroll back to the top, and on our header, this header right here, just after the border button, we are going to make a transition of 0.3 seconds. So if I should save this, and then I come back here, and then I scroll from the bottom to the top, as you can see right here, it smoothly transits in and it transits out again smoothly. So the reason why I didn't add this is because our color is not red. Our color is actually the same color with the body, and which is the body color. So since the color is the same, no one would notice if it is jumping in and out, and that is why I forgot to add the transition of 0.3 seconds. But in case you're having another project, or you just want to have a different color right here, maybe this yellow color, you want it to be right here, you can just do that, add the transition of 0.3 seconds, so it smoothly transits in and out just like that. All right, so this is how we've been able to achieve this. So the next thing we want to achieve, as you can see, when I click on the about section, it takes me to the about section, but this menu is still in view. So what I want is, when I, as you can see, we are in the about section. So but what I want is, when I click, for instance, I click on the home section, I want this menu to, you know, slide out from where it comes from. So it's coming in from the right, I want it to slide out from the right as well. So whenever I click on any of the link, so what I can do, I'm going to come back here. As you can see, we have this remove menu on click for mobile. So I'm just going to copy all this, including the comment itself. I'm going to copy that, and then I'm going to come back to, first let me come back to our website, and then the code. So right here, let's paste in what we've just copied. All right, so as you can see, we are grabbing the nav link with the query selector, because it is not an ID, it is a class. So we're grabbing it with the query selector, and right here, let's see what we have on our page. So every link on the header section by default has this nav link. So what we can do is to change the nav link right here to look like what is here. And so with that, I'm just going to copy one of these, and I'm going to replace it with this. So what we're basically trying to do is, whenever we click on any of the links right here, we want to activate this class right here, this class of show menu. So we want to remove it whenever we click on this home section. And if you remember, this is the show menu class right here. So the show menu is basically saying that, okay, make this right 0 0. So and if you check right here, we have the right set to -100%. So this is the reverse version of what we have here. I don't know if that makes sense. So what we are doing is that this show menu right now, the show menu is being added to this, and let me just show you that. So if I come to the header section and then I open up this nav, as you can see right here, we have the show menu. If I should click on this X, now we don't have the show menu. So the show menu has been removed. But if I click back on this toggle menu, the show menu is being added. So basically what we are trying to do is, whenever we click on any of this link, we want this show menu to be deactivated. So now let's see our code one more time and see that everything is in place. So we have the main nav. So this as well, we are going to change this. So the main nav in this case, as is called the nav menu, not the main nav. So I'm just going to copy this and replace it with this. So nav menu instead. So the moment I save this now if I come back here, I want you to take note on this right here. So as you can see right now, we have the show menu, it is active. But the moment I click on home, as you can see, the show menu is no more active, it has been removed. And right here we can see our content. So if I click on this again, the show menu has been added. If I click on the about section, it's going to take me to the about section and it's going to deactivate the show menu class as well. So that is what we are trying to achieve, and we have finally achieved that. So the next thing we're going to do, we want to see how we can have an active state for our links right here. So if I keep scrolling right here, this is the finished website, by the way. So if I scroll, as you can see, we have this about section. It is being colored yellow. So if I should keep scrolling and I get to the popular section, we have the yellow color on the popular section. Likewise, the product section, and then the download section. So what we are going to do right here now is to have that active state as well. So with that, I'm also going to copy this code. As you can see, we have active section link. So I'm going to copy all this as well, including the comment. And let's come back to our site. And I'm just going to go back to right here on our main.js file. I'm going to make room, and then I'm going to paste that in. So right now we are selecting the section with IDs. So all the sections that has ID on there. So for instance, we have this home section has an ID of home, and then the about section has an ID of about, and we're going to have other sections with IDs as well. So all the sections with IDs, we are grabbing them right here. So basically we are saying that whenever we scroll to that section, we want to activate this link to the color that we want to set it to be. So in this case, we are going to create another class where we'll be adding this class of active link. So we are going to be creating this class. But first, let's make some tweak again. So right here, we don't have main nav. What we have on our website is nav menu. So let's change this to nav menu, just like that. And we're going to do the same thing here as well. Nav menu. All right. So I think that is all we need to change right here. And I'm just going to hit save. So, but then we need to get this active link. So for the active state, what we can do is to come back to our style.css. After this change background, we're going to make another comment, active link, just like so. And then I'm going to hit the period and then paste in the active link CSS class that we added in JavaScript. So right here, I want to change the color, and the color is going to be our first color, and then the position is going to be relative as well. So Now if I save this and then I come back here, we should see this working. So but there's something wrong and it is not working, so let's try to figure that out. Okay, so the issue I just saw is the fact that right, not our home, our header section. So right here we are grabbing this nav menu with the CSS class. We are not grabbing with the ID. So since we are grabbing with a class, this is how it's supposed to look like. So I'm just going to come back here, copy this and click on Ctrl D or Command D to select the next thing that is similar to that or that is exactly the same, and then I'm just going to paste right there. So now this is the class that we have. As you can see right here, I'm not just making that up, this is a class. And if you remember, we select a class with the period or with the dots right here. So I'm going to hit save and this should work right now. As you can see, it is now active. The home section is active, and if I should scroll down to the about section, as you can see, the about section becomes active. So we've been able to achieve this, and then we've been able to achieve this as well. Let's go to the next section, which is the brands section or the logo sections. So right here, I'm going to create a section with a class of brands and then another class of section. So in that section, I'm going to have a div with a class of brands container and another class of container like so, and then another class of grid. So in that class, I'm going to have another div with a class of brands content like so, and in that content we're going to have an image with a class of brands img, so just like that. And let's get rid of the alt. Again, make sure you add the alt for search engine purpose. All right, so in here I'm going to navigate to where the image I'm going to be using is. So the first one is going to be the Tesla logo. So this Tesla logo.png, and if I save right now and I scroll to the down, this is what we get. All right, so next what I can do is to duplicate this a couple more times. So I'm just going to select the brands right here, and then this one right here, I'm just going to copy and duplicate it a couple times. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So let's make everything 6 in number, and then let me just separate them like so. Okay. Now the next one, the image is going to be the Mercedes. So let's do Mercedes logo, and let's get rid of these. The next one is going to be the Porsche logo. So let's do Porsche logo. The next is going to be the Audi logo. Audi logo. And then the next one is going to be the BMW logo. So right here, I'm going to add the BMW like so. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think I'm missing one more. Okay, I'm missing the Lamborghini logo. So right here, I'm going to add in the Lamborghini logo. Lamborghini, and I want to swap this. So this Lamborghini, I want it to be just before the Porsche. This is not necessary, but I just want to have it the way it is on the tutorial, the main file, so that I don't complicate issues. All right, so right now if I click on Ctrl S to save this, as you can see, we have all the logos right here. All right, so let's move to the CSS section. The next thing I'm going to be doing is to target the brands img, and let's see if we added an S to the brands img. So we have brands. All right, there's an S there on the brands. So we want to set the width to 40 pixels, and then the opacity is going to be reduced to 0.4, and then the transition is also going to be 0.3 seconds. So if I save, this is what we get. So the next thing I'm going to do is to target the brands container. So brands __ container, and with that we want to give this a grid template columns of repeat 3, and then a max content. So max content, and this is what we get. So if you remember, we already have a grid class right here, and also in our reusable classes we have a class called grid, and we've given it the display of grid and the gap of grid, so we don't have to do that right here. So all we need to do is set the properties, the other properties. All right, so that is what we want. And right here we want to justify this content to be center, and we want to align them also to the center, and then we want to give this a gap of 4 rem, and then the padding bottom we want to make that 2 rem. So if we save now, this is what we have. All right, so next we want to go to the hover state of the brands img. So for the hover state, we want to bring back the opacity to 1. So as you can see right here, we have the opacity set to 0.4, and when we hover over it, we want to set it back to 1. So right now, if I take my cursor down here, as you can see, the color comes back to life, just like that. So this is beautiful. All right, so we are done with the brand section like so. Next, let's move to the I'm just going to close down this, and let's move to the why DopeCars section. All right, so for this section, the first thing I'm going to be doing is also to have a section. So I'm going to say section dot class of section as well, and then another class of y. So inside this section, I'm going to have a div with a class of y __ container, and then another class of container, which is our reusable class. And inside that container, we're going to have another div with a class of y data. So for this data, the first one we're going to have is a span with a class of subtitle, and in the subtitle, I'm just going to paste in this. So we have y DopeCars, and then after that, we're going to have a p with a class of y __ description. And for the description, I'm just going to copy and paste what I have. So I'm going to paste this in. All right, so there's a couple of tweaks here. First, let me bring this to another, let me break this down. So basically, I'm just putting a span around this and this as well, and also this. And the reason why I did that is because I want to have another color on them. So if I should go to the finished version, as you can see, this is having another color. This right here is also having another color, and this is also having another color. So that is why I have those span across them, so we can use this span to give them colors as we like. All right, so that is that for the HTML version. I'm just going to hit save, Control S, and as you can see right here, we have that. So I'm going to come back here. Let's make a new comment, and let's call this the Y section. So for this section, now I'm just going to target the .y container, and for the container, I want to have a background color of container color, and then the padding, I want to make that 1.5 rem. So if I save, this is what we are going to see. Next, we are going to grab the .y description, which is this right here. So we are grabbing this. Now this is the only place where we'll be using the font that we imported in our CSS. So if you remember, we had this font. Where is it? Okay, this one right here, this Boolean font. So this is the only place where we're going to be using that font, and that is why we have the font imported in the first place. All right, so we're going to set our font family to Boolean, just like that. Let's see if we have a CSS variable for that font family. Okay, we didn't create a CSS variable for that, but well, we don't need it because this is the only place where we are going to be having the font in the first place. All right, so now we're going to set the font size to our H1 font size, and then we need the color to also be the title color, just like that. Now if I save, this is what we have, as you can see right there. All right, so next I'm going to target the Y container, and then inside the container what I want to grab is the span. So we just want to change the color of the span to the first color. So right now, as you can see, these are the spans that we gave. So this is the first one, this first span, this is the second span, and then right here is the third span. So all the spans inside of that container, we give them this color of first color, which is our yellow color by default. All right, so now we are done with the Y section as well. Now let's move to the next section, which is the popular section. All right, so the first thing we're going to do is to have our section. Then we're going to have a class of section, and then another class of popular, and an ID as well. So we're going to have an ID of popular. All right, so in that section we're going to have our image. So this image, so we're going to navigate to our assets, images, and we want the popular BG, which is that one. So next, after the image, we're going to have a div. So this div is going to be a container div, and you're also going to have the popular container, and inside that container we'll have our H2 with the class of section title, like so. And I'm just going to copy what I have there. All right, so after the H2 we're going to have this is the class that this is the div that is going to wrap in the whole card design that we have. So right here we're going to do popular cards, and in these cards, first of all, I'm going to make a comment. So I'm going to call this popular car 1, and right there we're going to have an article tag, and we're going to give it a class of popular card. And in that popular card, so take note, this one wrapping all the cards is called popular cards, plural with the S, and this one, which is a single card, is called the popular card, so it is singular. All right, so in that article we are going to have an H3. So the H3 is going to have the class of car name. So in this case it's going to be Tesla, and then after that we're going to have a span with a class of car model. So in this case it's going to be model Y, and then after that we're going to have a div with a class of car img. So in that car img we're going to have an image. So the source is going to be assets, images, and then Tesla 1. Then after this div we are going to have another div with a class of car details, car, then inside that car details we're going to have a span with the class of speed, and then in that speed we're going to have another image with the source assets, images, and then acceleration. Now once we have that, the next thing we are going to target after the span is another div with a class of car line. Now going to be an empty div. Then the next one is going to be a span with the class of year, and in that year we're going to have 2020. That's the year the car was made. And then we're going to have a div with a class of car line again. Another car line is going to be an empty div, and then we're going to have a span with the class of price. So for this price, we're going to do the $sign and then 80 grand, just like that. Then after this div, after the div after the span, that's the closing div, we're going to have another div which is going to have a class of car BTNs. So for the BTNs, we're going to expand that, and then we're going to have an href, so a tag with the class of by BTN. So this BTN by BTN is going nowhere, and then for what's going to be there, we're going to just put in by. So let's duplicate this, and then this is going to be rent, and right here we're going to have rent BTN. All right, so that is all for the first car. So let's save and see what we have. So as you can see, this is what we have right now. So this is for the first car, and this is going to be the background image. All right, so going back, let's see how we can style this. Or first of all, let's put in the whole content and see what we are doing. So what I can do is to first, let me collapse or make all of this like this, and then I'm just going to copy and duplicate this a couple more times. So I'm going to copy from this top comment right here, 1, 2. So the second one is going to be 2, and then right here I'm going to change some content. So the first is going to be Mercedes-Benz. Mercedes-Benz, and then for the model we're going to have S63, and then for the image we're going to have Benz 3, just like that. Then for I forgot to add acceleration, that's the km per kilometer per hour for the first article that we created. So I'm going to do that here first, and then I'm going to go back to the previous one. So for the first article, and after this acceleration image, I'm just going to paste that here as well, 217 km over hour. All right, so for this second one, the year is going to be 2019. So I really don't know when they made all these cars. I'm just putting in dummy content, so please fill in the right one when you're doing yours if you know. And yeah, so I think that is all for that. So the next one is going to be number 3, and then we're going to expand this right here. So right here we're going to have Lamborghini, and for the model it's going to be Huracan, and then the acceleration is going to be 323 km/h, and then the year is going to be 2019 as well. And right here the price is going to be 206,295, just like that. All right, so this is all for the purchase or the popular section right here for the HTML part. So now we're going to move to the CSS part. As you can see, everything is right here. So we have our Tesla, we have our Mercedes-Benz, and then we forgot to change for the Lambo. So the Lamborghini right here, I'm just going to take this off and then do Lambo. Let's do 1. So if I save, now we're going to have a different car image right here. All right, so let's move to the styling. So we're going to start styling from here. So first I'm going to make a comment, popular section, and then down here the first thing I'm going to target is the popular itself. So once I get the popular, I want to add a margin top of -13 rem, so that it's going to push it or drag it to the top under this content right here. So the next thing I'm going to do is to go to is to give this a padding bottom of well as 4 rem, padding bottom 4 rem, and a padding top of 16 rem. Then we're going to have a position of relative. Next we're going to have the popular BG. This BG is going to have a position of absolute. Then the height is going to be 100%, and also top is going to be 0, right is going to be 50%, and transformation, we're going to translate X, so the X axis to 50%, and then we want to target the Z index and make it -1. All right. Okay. So we forgot to add a class for the background image. So the popular BG image right here. So I'm just going to do that, a class of popular BG, and if I should save, this is what we should get. All right, so right here I'm going to come back and style the H2. So I'm going to do popular container, then target the H2. So I want to make the text align to center. So as you can see right here. Next, I'm going to target a popular card, and I want to set the background color to container color, and then the border radius to 25 pixel. The padding is going to be 2 rem to the top and bottom, and then 1.5 rem to the left and right. We're going to target the width to 238 pixel, and then the margin bottom is going to be 3.5 rem. So if I should save, this is what we get. All right. Next, we're going to target the car name. So we'll give it a font size of H2 font size, and it's going to look like that for the car name. Next, let's target the model. So the car model, and we're going to give it a font size of small font size, like so. So this model right here. Then after the model, let's do the car image itself. So there's car img. So for this, we're going to have a height of 100 pixel, and then we're going to have a transition of 0.3 seconds. Then we're going to have an overflow of hidden, and also we're going to have a display of flex, and a justify content of center. Let's do align items of center, align items. Let's do align items of center as well, and then the margin is going to be 0.8 rem. So if I should save, this is what we get. So now we're going to have a hover state on the car. So you want it to move a little to the left or to the right, anyhow you want it to be. So for this, we're going to do the car img, and then hover. So we're going to do transform of translate x. So one translated 15 pixel to the right. So now if I hover over the images, as you can see, they move a little to the right, just as we want it to be. All right. So next, what I'm going to do is I'm going to target the car details. Oops. So the car details, and then right here, I want to do a display of flex, justify content of space between, and then an align items of center. Okay. The next thing I'm going to do is to target the car details span, car details, and then the span inside of that. We want to give it a font size of smaller font size, and then the color is going to be the title color, and then we'll have a margin top of 0.5 rem. Oh, okay. So this is supposed to be underscore, and this right here is supposed to be underscore. So if I should save now, yeah, this is what we should get by default. All right. So next, let's go to the speed. So for the speed, I want to display this flex as well. Justify content of center, align items of center, align items center as well. All right, so it's going to look like that. Next, the speed img. speed, and the image of the speed, which is this big acceleration image right here. So I want to set the width to 17 pixel, and then the margin right, I want to set that to 0.25 rem. So if I should save now, yeah, this is what we get. Next, let's target the car line. So we give 2 empty divs of car line in each article. So we're going to do car line, and the line, we're going to have the width of 1 pixel and then the height of 12 pixel. And also we're going to have the background color set to the text color, and we're going to have the margin top of 0.5 rem. So if I should save, this is what we are going to get. So these 2 lines in between the year, which is 2019 or 2020. So that is what we are gunning for. All right, so the next part is to target the car buttons. So we're going to do car BTNs. So for the BTNs, we want to display a flex, and then let's do justify content of flex start, and then we're going to align this item to the center, and then give it a margin top of 1.5 rem, like so. The next thing we are going to do is to target the buy BTN rather. So buy BTN. So for the buy BTN, we are going to have the background color set to the first color, and then the color itself. So for the color, we're going to have the body color, and then the padding is going to be padding, just padding is going to be 0.4 rem to the top and bottom, and then 1 rem to the left and right. Then the border radius of 50 pixel. We're also going to have the font weight set to font semi-bold. Also the transition is going to be 0.3 seconds, and then we'll have the margin right set to 0.8 rem. So if I should save, this is what we should get by default. All right, next let's target the button hover. So the buy now BTN, and then the hover state. So we want to change the background color to first color alt. So first color alt. Now if I should hover over this, as you can see, this is what we get. Okay, so next let's target the rent button as well. So we're going to make a completely different styling for that. So now the rent BTN, we're going to do color of title color, and then we want to have the font weight set to font semi-bold as well, and then the transition is going to be 0.3 transition, not transform. It's going to be 0.3 seconds, and let's give it a position of relative. So I'm going to hit save, and that's going to change. And next we're going to target the rent BTN hover again. So for the hover state, before we have the hover state, I think we should let's first target the before pseudo element. So the before, for this before, that's why we have a relative position on the rent by. So for the before, first we're going to have an empty content. It's going to be an empty string. The position is going to be absolute, and then we are going to give this a bottom. Let me take this up a little. So it's going to be bottom negative 0.1 15 rem, and then the left is going to be 0. The width is going to be 75%. Then we're going to have the height of 2 pixels. So the background color is going to be the first color, and lastly the transition is going to be 0.3 seconds as well. So now if I save this, that's how it's going to look like. The underline right there, that's what we were going for. The next thing we're going to target now is the rent, and then hover and the before. So when we hover over that, we want the before pseudo element, which is the line that we gave it. We want it to do something. So in this case, we want to set the width all the way to 100%. So initially it is 75% of the entire width of that content, which is the rent content. So it is 75%, but when we hover over, I want it to be 100%. So, and for the background, we want the background to change to first color alt as well. So the dark version of the yellow is what we are going for. So now if I should take my cursor there right now, as you can see, it's quickly slides out to cover the whole content, the whole rent content there, and then the color changes to the dark version, which is this version right here. So as you can see, everything is working perfectly fine. So now let's see how we can use our Swiper.js library for this section right here. So for the swiper slide, the first thing we want to do is to head over to our browser and then type in swiperjs.com. So as you can see, this URL right here, and just click on enter. So this is the library we're going to be using for the slides. So something like this, or whatever you want to have. All right, so I'm just going to head down to get started, and I'm going to scroll down right here. So as you can see, this is use swiper from CDN. So just to get started, the easiest way to do it is to copy this and put it to your header, to your head tag in your HTML. So put this in the head tag, and then this one, put it in just before the body closing tag as well. But the way I like to do mine is to use the raw file instead. I'm just going to download the assets. So I'm going to click on this link right here, and that is going to open up right like this. So what I can do is to come to where it says swiper bundle main.css and swiper bundle main.js. So first I'm going to click on swiper bundle main.css. I'm going to view the raw file, and then I'm just going to right click and also save as. So the moment I do the save as, I'm going to navigate to where the file is. So this one right here, open my assets, the CSS, and I'm going to save that right here. As you can see, it is being saved as swiper-bundle.main. So I'm going to save that right there. So once I get that, I'm going to go back again, and then this time I want to grab the swiper bundle.main.js. So right here, I'm going to click on the view raw, and then I'm going to repeat the same step, which is to right click, save as, and I'm going to be saving this also in the assets, but in the JS folder this time. I'm just going to click save. As you can also see right here, it says swiper bundle main. So I'm going to hit save. And now if I should navigate to our folder, as you can see right here, inside the assets, the CSS, we have the normal style.css, and then we have the swiper bundle main.css as well. And then in the JS folder, we have the main.js and then the swiper bundle main.js as well. So that is what we are gunning for. All right, so after we get this, let's head back to the swiper.js.main, and this time we're going to go to the demos. So right here, I want to click on the pagination dynamic. So this is the one we are going to use right here. All right, so what you can do is click on core. So once this opens up, you're going to see something like this. So let me see if I can zoom in. All right, so you're going to see something like this. Let me zoom in one more time. And yeah, so this is how yours is going to, this is what you're going to do. So you're going to grab some of this stuff from here and then paste them in your own code. So how we're going to do that, as you can see, this is more like the model wrapping the first div that is wrapping the content itself. So this is our container. In the container, we have another div that is wrapping the main slides. So all these are the slides you see. As you can see, slide 1, slide 2, slide 3, slide 4, all to slide 9. And if I keep sliding all these, as you can see, these are the slides you are seeing. So all these are inside this swiper wrapper, and then the swiper wrapper itself is inside this container, which is my swiper. So right here, what we can do is to grab this swiper. Let's go back to our code, and in our code, we're going to come back. First of all, let's link what we've just downloaded. So in the swiper CSS, we're going to have the link. So in the link, let's navigate to where we have the stuff we want to grab. So in this case, swiper bundle means CSS. We're going to do the same thing for the swiper JS as well. So in this case, it's going to be script with the source, and the source is going to be the assets, and then the JS, and then swiper bundle main.js. All right, so the moment we have that, we can now come back to our popular section. So right here in our popular section, the first thing we want to do is in our popular container, or the container, we are going to paste in the swiper that we've just copied. Now we'll go back again. This time the swiper wrapper, we're going to copy that as well. Let's come back here again. So for this, the popular cards, we are going to paste this inside the class again. So as you can see, we are putting them in a class because they are also class right here. So next, I'm going to collapse or bring all this together, all the articles that we have there. So the popular card 1, popular card 2, popular card 3, and then these are going to be our swiper slides. So as you can see, they have this swiper slide on all the slide right here, from slide 1 to slide 9. We have popular slide. So we're going to do the same thing. So what you can do is click on the first card, hold Alt on your keyboard, and then click on others as well, just like this. Then make a space and then paste in the swiper slide that you've just copied. So now if I should save this and then go back to our website, we should see something like this. All right, so it is not working well right now, but we're going to make that work because right now we've not started using the JavaScript. So let's come back to our main.js, and then right here we're just going to comment out again, and this time it's going to be let's do swiper JS. So for the swiper JS, now let's come back again to our site right here, the swiper dynamic pagination that we've just clicked on. So right here, I'm going to come down here, and then I want us to copy this part right here, but without the script. So we're going to copy this, and then let's come back to our own code and paste it right there. All right, so but there's one thing I forgot to copy, which is this swiper pagination right here. So what does the pagination do? It is basically this bullet point that you see under the slide. So at the bottom of the slide, this bullet point that you can see right here, these are the paginations. All right, so I'm going to come back to our code, go back to the index.html. After this swiper wrapper, I'm going to paste it after the swiper wrapper closing tag. I'm going to paste this right here, and I'm going to hit save. So let's see if it is showing right now. So I'm going to scroll up. All right, we can't see that now, but we're going to see that after the main.js. Okay, so the first thing we want to do here is, right here on their own platform, as you can see, this my swiper is with this swiper. So what we can do as well is to come back to our index.html, and then where we have the swiper, let's copy one of the classes there that we use specifically for this popular section. So you don't want to copy this container because the container is being used multiple times on this page. So what you want is what is only applicable to this section, which is this popular container. And also don't forget that that is where our swiper is. So we're going to copy that. We're going to come back to our main.js, and we're going to replace this with that. So I'm just going to paste that in. So now we have our popular container. So right out of the box, if I should save this now and go back, I believe this should be working. As you can see, we have the pagination right here. So, and right now these are also sliding to the left and right. Okay, now let's see how we can configure this to look exactly the way we want it to look like. Okay, so first of all, just before the pagination, let's have a loop. So right here we're going to have a loop, and then we're going to set that to true because we want it to loop true. We don't want it, like for instance, as you can see right now, when I slide 1, 2, and then as you can see, we can no longer slide anymore because that has gotten to the end. But when we decide to loop through it, now if I save this and then I go back, as you can see, we are going to be looping through all the content there. So 1, 2, 3, as you can see, we still keep going. All right, so next we're going to have a space between. So this space between, we want to have 24 pixels in between. So now it's going to look something like this. As you can see, there is this space in between the content. Okay, so next we want to have slides per view. Slides per view, and this is going to be auto. So now we are getting somewhere. So this is looking good already as it is. So as you can see right now, while we are dragging, we can see that the cursor is still normal cursor and still the same way it is. So we want that to be the grab cursor. So I'm going to do grab cursor, and I'll set that to the Boolean value, which is true. So now let me first add a comma here to terminate that line. So now as you can see, we have the grab cursor, and when I click and hold, it grabs that particular container for us. So that particular article is being grabbed, and then we are moving it to either the left or the right. So wherever we want to move that to. All right, so that is what we are trying to achieve. Then let's set our breakpoint right here. So Swiper.js allows us to have breakpoints. So right here we're going to have a breakpoint for other like it's more like the media query, setting the media query for Swiper.js, so that when we scale the website to some certain width, like maybe the tablet version and the desktop version, they are going to still look very, very good. So what we can do here is, after this comma, come down and make a breakpoint with the S. So we're going to open our curly brackets, and then right here 768, that's the first breakpoint. So with this, we just want to have slides per view to be also set to 3, like that. And then after that, add a comma here, and then let's come down and have the 1024 pixel breakpoint as well. So right here, we just want to have the space between to be set to 48, and that is all for the Swiper.js section. So as you can see now, everything is working fine, and as soon as you start scaling this website for the desktop version, you're going to see that everything is going to be just perfect as it is supposed to be. So that is how we're able to achieve this popular section. Next, we're going to target the newsletter section. So for the newsletter section, we're going to have a section with a class of section, and then another class of newsletter. So in that newsletter, we're going to have a class of container and another class of newsletter underscore container. And in that container, we're going to have a div with a class of newsletter underscore data. And in that newsletter, we're going to have h2 with a class of section title. And in the h2, we want to have a do you want to receive special offers? All right. So special, let's get the spelling right. Okay, so after the h2, we're going to have a p tag with a class of newsletter description. So for the description, I'm just going to copy and paste what we have there. All right, so that's right there. And then once we get that, after the p tag, we're going to have a div with a class of newsletter form. So in that form, we're going to have an input, and then this input is also going to have a class of newsletter. Let's do dash input. So newsletter input, and for this input, we want the email. So after that, we're going to have a button. This is going to have a class of newsletter dash btn. So for the button, we are going to give this subscribe, just like that. And this is what we have right here. Now let's head over to the style.css tab. So right here, we're going to make a comment, and let's call this the newsletter section, like so. Now let's target the newsletter container, and for the container, I want to have a display of flex, and then the flex direction is going to be column, and let's have a justify content of center, and then an align items of center. The text align is also going to be center, and then the background color, we're going to set that to container color. Then we have a padding of 1.5 rem to the top, 2 rem to the right, 2 rem to the bottom, and then 2 rem to the left. All right, so if I save that, this is what we get. Okay, so next, let's have a newsletter description. So newsletter description. So for the description, we're going to have a margin bottom of 1.5 rem. Now let's target the newsletter form. So newsletter, we're going to target the form. I want to have a display of flex and then the column gap of 0.5 rem. So let's see again. This is the form we are targeting, so the newsletter form. Next, we're going to target the newsletter input. So I'm just going to copy this right here, and then I'm going to paste that in here after the full stop. So the newsletter form, the newsletter input rather, we're going to have a border set to none. We're going to have the outline set to none as well, and then we want to have for the padding, we're going to have a 1.25 rem to padding to the top and bottom, and then a 1 rem to the left and right. Then we're going to have a border radius of about 0.25 rem, and then we want to have the width set to 70%, and or let's just do for the width, let's do 60%, 65%. Okay, and then we're gonna set the color to text color, like so. So now this is what we get. All right, so next let's target the input btn. So for the btn, we're going to have a padding of 0.75 rem as well. Then the font size is going to be a normal font size. Then let's have a border radius of 0.25 rem as well, and then the display is going to be set to inline flex, and let's give this a background color of forest color. So now this is what we have. All right, then let's take out the border. So we're going to set that to none. Let's have a justify content of center, and then an align items of center as well, so that our text can be positioned properly inside of the button box. Okay, so this is what we have achieved, and I think, to me, the padding to the top and bottom is a little too large. So what I can do is let's see how 1 rem looks like. Okay, so let's do 1.1 rem, and I think 1.1 rem looks better in this case, so I'm going to leave it at 1.1 rem. Okay, so that is that for this section right here, and this works just fine. But then for this, let's make our font family the text font, and which is our Poppins font rather. And then for the button, let's make our font family the title font, which is the Ubuntu font. So, and for the font family, what I can do is to give a font weight of font semi-bold, like that. So this is what we get. All right, and then let's make our cursor pointer, so we can hover over this. Now let's set the news btn. Let's set the hover state for this. So when we hover over this, what do we want to happen? So we want to change the background color to first color alt. So if I hover over this right now, as you can see, the color changes, but then let's make it smoothly transit in. So we're going to set the transition to 0.3 seconds. So now if I should hover over it, it will smoothly transit into the color, just like that. So that is looking good, and that is that for the newsletter section. Let's move to the next section. So the first thing we're going to do is to have a section with a class of section and another class of products, and then we're going to have an ID of products as well. So inside that product section, we're going to have a span with a class of products _ subtitle, and in that I'm just going to copy and paste what I have here. So next we're going to have an h2 with a class of section title. So in that section title, I'm also going to copy and paste in what I have here. So next, after the h2, we're going to have a div with a class of container, and then another class of product container, and in that product container we're going to have a UL with a class of product filters, like so. And then in the filters we're going to have an LI, and inside the LI we're going to have a button with a class of product item, and in that button we're going to have some couple things. So the first one is going to be a text, and the others are going to be images. So what I can do here is to copy the LI first and duplicate it 3 more times. So 1, 2, 3. And in case you're wondering how I duplicated that, I held the Alt and Shift key on the keyboard, and then I started clicking on the down arrow a couple more times. So the amount of time you click on it is the amount of time you are duplicating the content you highlighted. Alright, so in the first button I want to have a span. So in this span I'm just going to have the text all, and in the second button I want to have an img. So I'm going to navigate to the assets and images, and then I want the Tesla logo. So in the next one as well, I want to have an img assets, images, and then right here we're going to have the Mercedes logo. And then in the third part right here, img assets, images, and then Lamborghini logo, just like that. And now when I save this, as you can see right here, we have all this content already. Excuse me. All right, so the next part we're going to have is the product content. So after the UL, we're going to have a div with a class of product without the S, product content, and then another class of grid. So in that content, we are going to have some couple of cars. So if you check in the original version, which is the finished version of this website, as you can see right here, in the popular section, we have this design for single cards or single cars. And also when you come right here, you see that it is the same exact design that we are having here as well. So we are having the same exact design right here. So in that case, since we're going to be having the same exact design, what we can do is just to duplicate those items from or basically we are supposed to copy the items from the product section right here. So what I can do, the popular section rather, not the product section. So what I can do here is to copy this together with the comments. I'm going to copy that, come back here inside our products content, and I'm going to paste that in. So then I'm going to change this popular comment to products. So product car 1, and then I'm going to do 2 things. The first is I'm going to remove this swiper slide because we're not going to be using slide right here. And then the next thing I'm going to do is to add in another another class, which is the product card. So we're going to leave everything as it is. We're just going to add in this product card right there. So if I save this now and I come back here, as you can see, we have that exact design right here. So what I'm going to do next is to duplicate this couple more times, and then I'm going to fill in the details. So basically what I want to duplicate is from this comment right here. I'm going to come to the end of the article. As you can see, we have the article here, and then this is the closing article tag. So I'm going to hold the Alt and Shift and keep clicking on the down button to duplicate it as much as I want. So but in this case, if I save it now, as you can see, I duplicated it just 3 more times, and now we have 4 in total. So what I can do is that I'm going to pause this video and I'm going to fill in the actual content right here. So as you can see, we can have the same model, the same year, the same cars, images and everything. So we're going to change that, and I'm going to come back as soon as I'm done changing all the content inside of this part. Okay, so now I already have the content filled in right here. As you can see, we have Mercedes AMG in the car 4. On the car 5, as you can see, we have Mercedes-Benz S63 on car 5. On car 6, we have the Benz C-Class. Car 7, we have the Lamborghini Huracan. And as you can see right here, these are the cars and their details already. Okay, so this is looking really good. And the next thing we're going to do is to jump into our style.css and start styling this thing out. Okay, so we're not going to be touching this that much because we already have the style here, but at least we are going to style this part right here from here down to the buttons as well. So let's see what we can do in this case. All right, so the first thing we're going to be doing is to target the product subtitle. So for the subtitle, we're going to set the font size to smaller font size, and then the color is going to be the first color, and then the text align is going to be set to the center, and then the display is going to be block. So now if I save, we're going to see this displayed like this. Next, I'm going to target the product H2. So in the H2, all we need to do is to text align this to the center. That is all we need for the product title right there. Next, we're going to target the product container. So for the container, we want the padding top actually to be 1 rem. Next, let's target these buttons right here, so the logos and the text. So for that, we gave that product. Oh, let's take out this S right here. So what we want is product filters. So I'm going to save that, and then I'm going to copy the product filters and paste it after the full stop. And then right here, I'm going to make a display of flex, and then align items of center, justify content center, and then the column gap is going to be 1 rem, and we're going to have a margin bottom of 3.5 rem. So if I should save that right now and I scroll down, as you can see, we have this like so. Next, we're going to target the product item, which are the individual items right here, as you can see. So the first one is the span of all, the second one is the Tesla logo, third is the Mercedes, and then the fourth is the Lamborghini. So we are targeting all those items, and then we want to set the width to 48 pixels, the height as well to 48 pixels, and then the border is going to be set to none. Then the padding is going to be 0.75 rem, and then we're going to have the background color set to container color. We're going to also have the border radius set to 0.75 rem. Then the color is going to be title color, and also the font weight is going to be set to font medium, and then we are going to set the font family to title font, and also the font size is going to be normal font size, and then the transition is going to be 0.3 seconds, and we want the cursor to be pointer. So now if I save this and I come back here, as you can see, everything is well aligned and the cursor turns to pointer as soon as we hover over it, just like so. Alright, so next we are going to target the product img. So the product item img, we just want to give it a width of 1.5 rem by default. So it's going to look like this. The next thing I want to do is the product item span, and then the product item img. So those two things, we want to give this an opacity of 0.3 and then a transition of 0.3 seconds. So everything is going to look like this. It's going to look somehow dull, but don't worry, we're going to do something with that real soon. So what I want to do next is I'm going to grab the product item, and then we want to set the hover state and give this a background color of first color, and then the color proper is going to be the body color. So now when I hover over any of this content right here, as you can see, the background color changes from dark to yellow, as you can see right there. So the next thing we want to do is to target the I'm just going to copy this, and then right here I'm going to paste it and add in the span. I'm going to put a comma, paste it again, and then add in the img. So we want the opacity to be set to 1 as soon as we hover over it. And right here, if I should hover over this, as you can see, the opacity comes back to life. Likewise, all this as well. But then we are having an issue, and that issue happens to be this image right here. So when we hover over them, they become white. But the issue here is that the white is colliding with the yellow background, so we can't really see the logo that much. So I'm going to show you how you can change a logo, which is an image, how you can change an image from white to black. So that's what we're going to be doing now. And with that, we're going to have basically I'm going to paste in that same content that we copied. So product item hover, and then the img, and I'm going to add a filter of invert. So this invert is going to have 100% value, and then we're going to do the same thing for other browsers so that it can be readable. So we want to have a WebKit filter. So it's going to be exactly the same thing. Now we've been able to convert this from white to dark as soon as we hover over it, and as you can see right here, this is what we've achieved. So now when you hover over the images or the text, the background becomes yellow and the image or the text becomes dark. So that is what we are gunning for. All right, so next let's go to the product content. So for this content, we're going to have the grid template columns set to 228 pixel, and then the row gap, we're going to set that to 2.5 rem, and also the justify content is going to be center. So now if I save that, and as you can see, this is how they appear. So the next thing we're going to do is to target the product content and then the popular card. So the popular card in the product content, let me show you what I mean. So this is the product content. So we are grabbing the popular card inside of the product content. But in order to make this more readable, I think it is best if we use this product card. So I'm just going to copy this product card instead of product content and then popular card. I'm just going to paste in the product card right here. So we're going to get exactly the same result. So what I want right here is just to set a margin bottom of 0. Margin bottom of 0, and it is going to look like this. So the spacing here was too much before. As you can see, this is how it is but right now we have reduced it to become like this. So this is what we are gunning for. All right, next let's see how we can make this filter work. So when we click on them, they shuffle between all the cars that we have right here and display the right content. So what we basically mean is when we click on Tesla, we want to see only Tesla cars. When we click on Mercedes-Benz, we want to see just the Mercedes cars. So in order to achieve that, we're going to be using a JavaScript library which is called Mix It Up, and I'm going to leave this link in the description below so that you can easily navigate through instead of typing it all out. All right, so what you want to do is to come down to where it says Mix It Up 3. So this part right here, you want to download the latest. So click on download latest. So as you can see, it has been downloaded on my computer. So what I can do is to navigate to where it is, and right here I'm going to come down to my downloads, which it is. So right here I'm going to right click, and then I'm going to extract it to this folder. So it's going to open right here, and then I'm going to open this up. So what I basically want is to click on the dist right here. So inside that dist, what I want is just to copy this mixitup.min. So I'm going to copy, right click, and then copy this, or you can just click on Control or Command C to copy. Then I'm going to come back to where my file is. So right here I'm just going to paste this inside of the JS file like so. So this is what we want, and since we have it here right now, I'm going to come back to our code editor, and in the index.js I'm just going to come down to the very bottom just before the body closing tag. You're going to see this Mix It Up. So right here I'm going to add the script, and then the src, I'm going to navigate through where what we've just downloaded is. So as you can see, mixitup.js. So that is what we want, and I'm going to hit save. So once we have this right here, the next thing we're going to do is to come back here and click on Get Started. So Get Started. Now under this building controls, what you want to do is to copy this data filter right here. So I'm going to copy this data filter, or you can just type it in. You don't necessarily have to copy it. And I'm going to come back to our filter part. So this part where we have the filters. So right here, I'm going to click on, in fact, let me collapse all this first. So I'm going to do this for all the LIs. Oh, sorry, not like this, but for the buttons rather. So all the buttons inside of the LIs, I'm going to make them like this. So next, I'm going to click on this. While holding Alt, I'll click on the others as well. But make sure you're holding Alt. And here I'm just going to paste the data filter right there. So on this part, what we want is all. Now on these other parts, we want to have the .Tesla. So it's more like adding a Tesla class inside of the data filter, and we're going to be using that class later. So the next one, and as you can see, this is the Tesla section. This is the Tesla filter. So the next one here, this is the Mercedes filter. So we're just going to put in, I'm just going to type in .Benz instead of typing in Mercedes. Let's just make it Benz. So the next one right here, this is the Lamborghini. So I'm just going to type in .Lambo as well. So I'm going to save that. Now we're going to collapse all this article. So the article, the product car 1, product car 2, product car 3, and so on. So we're going to collapse everything like this. All right, so once we have those, the next thing I'm going to do is to, inside of the class, I'm going to hold Alt and click on the others until I select the 9 of them, and then the last one. So what I'm going to do here is to type in mix, And then once I'm done typing in mix, I'm going to click on single of them. So for these two, we have Tesla. So I'm going to type in Tesla. And then for these three, I believe, let's go back to our car. So I believe we have 2 Teslas. We have 3 Mercedes, 1, 2, 3. Okay, 4 Mercedes, and then we have 3 Lamborghinis. So right here we have 2 Teslas and then 4 Mercedes, 1, 2, 3, 4. Here I'm just going to type in Benz, and then the remaining 3 are going to be for the Lamborghini. So I'm going to select that and then type in Lambo. So as you can see, I'm not making up these names. These were the names we give, the classes we give to our filter right here. So as you can see, we have Tesla, we have Benz, and we have Lambo, and that is what I am doing right here. So I'm just going to save this right now. So I'm going to make a comment right here. I'm just going to call this mix it up. So the next thing we're going to do is to come back to our browser, go to the mix it up site, and I'm just going to scroll down until I get to the part where it says configuration. So this configuration, I'm going to copy all this, and then I'll come back here and paste it in. So once I paste that in, I'm going to change a couple of things. So the first one is this variable right here. I'm going to change that to products, so mixer products. And then right here, what we want is to grab our product content. So whatever is wrapping the product cards that we have, we're going to grab this product content, and then I'm going to come back here and put a full stop and then paste that right here. So once we do that, the selectors target, so we are targeting the product card. So as you can see, what we have here is product card. So we are targeting the product card right here. And then once we do that, if I should hit save, I believe this should now be working. So when I click on Mercedes-Benz, as you can see, Mercedes-Benz is working. So we only have Mercedes-Benz cars right here. So when I click on Lamborghini, we only have the 3 Lamborghinis right here. And when I click on Tesla, we only have the 2 Tesla cars right here. And when I click on all, we're going to see everything. So just in case you are wondering, maybe the all didn't work, right now we're on Mercedes-Benz, and when I click on all, as you can see, we have from the Tesla down to the Lamborghini, everything is right there. So the next thing we're going to do is to create an active state for these items right here. So for these filters, we're going to create an active state for them. So with that, I'm just going to make a comment here. So I'm going to call this link active products. So right here, what I can do is I'm going to create a const, give it a name of link product, and link product. So what I want to grab is a document.query selector. So we're grabbing all actually, and then what we are grabbing is the product item. So the reason why we are using the query selector all is because we are grabbing all these items right here. So all these filter items that you can see right here, these are the things we are copying. So we are grabbing all of them, and when we just click, or when we just do query selector without the all, it is only going to grab the very first one, which is this one with the span of all. So it's only going to grab this one right here. So that is why we have the query selector all in the first place. So I'm going to create a function and then active product. So inside that function, basically what we want to do is when we select any of these. We want it to be active, and we want the other one that was previously selected to be deactivated. So we can do link product dot for each. So we're going to do the link. So the link dot class list, we want to remove the class of active product whenever we are not selecting any other ones. So we want to remove this active product class, but then when we select anyone, we want to add that active class. So right here, we're going to do link product dot for each. So for each of the link, we want to add an event listener. And what are we going to listen for? We're going to be listening for the click event. And then once we listen for the click event, we want it to activate this active product function that we created right here. So that is all we need here. And for now, it is not going to do anything. And that is because we don't have any styling for the active product right here. We just added the active product class, but it is doing nothing at the moment. So what we can do is to come back to our style.css, and inside our style.css, I'm going to make a comment here. So I'm just going to call this active product. So right here, I'm going to paste in this. Then the background color, I'm going to make it the first color. So that is the active state. And now if I save, we're going to see that this is active. So the all right here is active. But the issue is that the span is not responding to that. So what we can do is to also grab the span, and what we want to do for the span is to change the color to the body color, and then the opacity we want to also make it 1. So now if I scroll up, as you can see, this is also active. So now the span is active, and these right here, they are active. Okay, so right now we are having the same issue right here. So when it is active, this is not, the color of the logo becomes white. So what we want also is to grab the img. So the active product and then img, we're going to make the opacity 1 as well, and then the filter, we are going to make it invert and then 100%. So we're going to duplicate this and then add it for the web kit as well, 100%. So now we get this. All right, so if I should refresh this page, as you can see, nothing is selected by default, and we want something to be selected. So what we can do is to go back to our index.html, and then on the very first one right here, which is the span of all, what we can do is to add the class of, in fact, I'm just going to paste it in because it is still copied. So I pasted in the active products from the JavaScript, which we also styled right here. So I just paste that in so that whenever this website is being refreshed, or whenever someone visits this website, this all is going to be active by default. And as you can see, all the product is showing. So it means that it is active. So when we click on it right now, it is going to deactivate it, and then the active state is going to come back to this right here. So likewise, this and this and this. So you get the idea. Now if I should refresh, the active state becomes all, and as you can see right here, all the cars are listed here already. So this is how we've been able to achieve the product section as well. Next, let's move to the app section. So right here, I'm going to do section with a class of section, and another class of app, and then we're going to have an ID of app as well. So in that section, we're going to have a div with a class of container and another class of app container. Also, let's have another class of grid, and then in that container div, we are going to have a div with a class of app img, and inside the app image, we're going to have the image itself. So, and I'm going to navigate to assets, images, and then phone.png. So next, after the image div, we're going to have another div with a class of app data. Then in that data, we're going to have h2 with a class of section title. And in there, I'm going to copy what I have right here. Next, we're going to have a p tag with a class of let's do app description, and in that app description, I'm also going to copy what I have and paste it in. Oops, right here. Next, after the p tag, I'm going to have a div with a class of app btns, and in that app btns, we're going to have two different buttons. And the first one, let's do a div with a class of iOS btn, and in that iOS btn, I'm going to have an a tag, and then inside the a tag, this is going nowhere by the way, and inside the a tag, I'm going to have an image. So I'm going to bring this down, img, and in that image, we're going to have Apple logo. So Apple logo, just like that. And then after the image, we're going to have download for iOS, like so. Next, after the closing div of the iOS btn, we're going to have another div with a class of Android btn. And in that Android btn, we're going to do the same thing. So I'm just going to copy this right here. I'll paste it in like so. And then I'm going to change this to Android. And also the logo is going to be changed to Android logo.png. And if I save this and then come back to our website, to the very bottom, and as you can see, we have everything right here. Next, let's see how we can style this and make it look like what we want. First, I'll make a comment, and then I'll give it the name of download section. And in this download section, the first thing we're going to do is to grab our app container. And in that container, we want to set the background color to container color, and then padding to 0 rem to the top, 2 rem to the right, 2 rem to the bottom, and then 2 rem to the left hand side. Also, we are going to target the app img, and for the img, we're going to set our width to 70%. And then position is going to be relative, like so. And right now, this is what we have. Next, we're going to style the app data h2. So for the h2, we want a margin bottom of 1.5 rem. Next, we're going to style the app description. And for the description, we want to have a margin bottom of 2 rem. just like so. And if I save, there we go. All right, so next let's see how we can style the buttons. So for the buttons, I'm going to target the iOS-btn and then the A tag. And also, by the way, let's grab the Android btn and A tag as well. So for both, we want to set the padding to 0.7 rem, and then that's to the top and bottom, and then 1.6 rem to the left and right. So once we have that, we want to set the color to body color, and then the font size, let's do font size, we want it to be small fonts. Then the font weight, we want that to be font medium, and also the display has to be inline flex. Then justify content center, align items center, and then transition is going to be 0.3 seconds. Next, let's target the iOS btn A, and then for that we're going to set the background color to our first color. That should be first color. And then the border radius, we're going to set that to 50 pixel, and margin bottom is going to be 1 rem, and that is going to look something like this. Also, let's grab the iOS btn hover. So for the hover, we're going to set the background to first color alt, like so. So when I hover now, this changed into that. Next, let's target the Android btn and then the A as well. So we want to give this a background color of title color, and then a border radius of 50 pixel. And that is going to look like so. Next, let's do the hover as well. So I'm just going to copy this, paste it right here, and then hover. So for this, we want the background color to be set to container color, and then we want the color proper to be title color, and then the border, we want that to be 1 pixel solid, and then title color. So it's going to look like this when we hover over it. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is to target the icons themselves, which are the images of the Apple logo and then the Android logo as well. So I'm going to do iOS btn and A img, and then Android btn A img. So we're going to grab both and give them a width of 30 pixel, and then a margin right of 0.5 rem, just like so. And now we are going to have something like this. All right, so that is that for the download section. So for the footer area, we're going to set the footer and then give it a class of footer and another class of section. Next, we're going to have a div with a class of container and another class of footer container. In that, we're going to have another div with a class of footer data and grid. So this has to be like this. And right here, we're going to set a div again with a class of logo info, and also another div with a class of footer box. So inside that div, we're going to copy our logo from the header section. So once I open the header, this logo right here, so I'm going to copy the A tag, and then I'm going to head back down to our footer, and right here I'm just going to paste that in. Okay, so after the A tag, we're going to have the P with a class of footer description. Then I'm going to copy the content that I have there. Next, after the P tag and after the div, which is the logo info div, we're going to have another div with the class of information and another class of footer box. So in that, we're going to have an H3. So H3 with a class of footer title. So in that title, I'm going to do information. Next, after the H3, we're going to have the UL, and in that, we're going to have some LIs and then A inside of the LI. So right here is going nowhere. I'm going to duplicate this 2 more times. So 1, 2, and in the first one, we're going to say frequently asked question, which is short for FAQ. And then the second one, we're going to do the blog. And the third one, we're going to do support. Next, after the div, we're going to come down here again and create another div with a class of company, and another class of footer box. So in that box, we're going to have another H3 with a class of footer title, and that's going to have the company like so. So after that, we're going to have the UL, and then inside of the UL, we're going to have some bunch of LIs with A's inside of it. So right here is going nowhere again. I'm going to duplicate this 3 more times. Oh, first let me change this, and then duplicate 3 more times. And right there, the first one we're going to do, let's do the about us. Then we're going to do careers, and right here we're going to do contact us, and lastly we're going to do dope media. So after this closing div of the company, we want to do another div with a class of socials and another class of footer box. So in that, we're going to have our H3 again, and then with a class of footer title. So in that, we're going to say follow us on, and then we're going to have some UL with a bunch of LIs again with A's inside of them, and this is also going nowhere. So I'm going to duplicate this 2 more times, and right here we're going to paste in the icons we're going to be making use of. So with that, I'm going to go back to our icons, and the first one I want to search for is LinkedIn. So this one right here, I'm just going to copy and then come back to our website and then go back to our code, and then I'll paste that right here. So I'm going to do the same thing for the other two. I'll paste that here and here like so. So for the second one, I'm going to change this to Facebook, and then this last one is going to be Twitter. So if I save and then I come back here, as you can see, we have the 3 logos right here. All right. So the next thing we're going to do is to set our copyright. So for that, we're going to come down here. So just before the container div, container closing div, we're going to do copyright, and then in that we're going to have div with a class of footer line, and this is going to be empty because we just want to make use of it for a line. And then we'll have the small tag, and in that I'm going to put the code for the copyright logo, and then JustPerfect and all rights reserved. All right, like so. Okay, so once we have that, we can see that everything is intact. And now let's come down to our style.css. So right here, I already have a comment for footer section, and the first thing I'm going to do is to grab the footer itself and give it a margin top of 4 rem. So next, I'm going to grab the logo info, the A inside of it. We want to give that a margin bottom of 0.8 rem. And next, we're going to grab the footer title, and for that, we want to have the margin bottom of 1 rem, and then the font size of H3 font size. So now if I save, we're going to see this space right there. Okay, so the next thing we want to grab is the footer description. And for the description, we just want to have a maximum width of 250 pixels. So it's going to end right here. So next, let's do the information. So I'm going to say information, and inside that information, we want to grab the UL and LI and the A's. Also, we're going to repeat the same thing for the company div with a class, and then UL, LI, and A. So basically what I am grabbing here, if I should show you, right here we have information, and in this information we have UL and LIs and then A, as you can see right here. So we are grabbing information, UL, LI, and A. So we're doing the same thing for the company, UL, LIs, and A. Okay, so hope that makes sense. So right here, what we want to do is set the font size to normal font size. And after that, we want to give this a color of text color. And then we're going to give this a transition of 0.3 seconds. And then a display of inline block. Okay, so we are getting somewhere. So the next thing I'm going to do, I'm going to grab all this again, come down here, and I'm going to paste it. So right here, after the A's, I'm going to make the hover and repeat the same thing right here as well. Then we're going to style this. So the color, we want that to be the first color, and then the transition, or the transform rather, we want to translate X 5 pixel. So if I save, we are going to get this right here. All right, so as you can see, this is what we get. So the next thing we want to do is to add a little bit of space in between these contents. So as you can see, they are too close to each other. So what we can do, let me just paste this right here. I'm going to take off the A's, and right here, I'm just going to set the margin bottom of 0.8 rem. So with that, as you can see, this is looking much more better. So right here, if I hover over it, we get this nice animation happening right there. All right. So the next thing we're going to target is the social UL. So for the socials, let's grab the UL. And with that, we want to do the display of flex, and then align items of center. Next, we're going to do the socials ULLIA, and then we're grabbing the icons inside of it, inside of that A tag. So what we basically want to do here is give this a color of let's do the title color, and then a display of flex, and then justify content center, align items center, and we want the border to be 1 pixel solid, and then the text color. So now let's set the border radius. We're going to make that 50%, and then the padding is going to be 0.5 rem, and we're going to have a transition of 0.3 seconds. All right, so this right here. So what I want to do again is to let's grab the socials. As a matter of fact, I'm going to put that right here. So I'm going to do socials UL and LIs. So we're going to give that a margin right of 0.5 rem, so that we can have a little bit of spacing in between them, just like that. So the next thing we want to do is to let's see how we can add the hover state for these icons. So right here, I'm going to do the socials again, ULLIA, and then for the icons, we want to have the hover state. So what I can do is give this a background color of first color, and then the color proper is going to be the body color. So this is supposed to be color, like so. So if I save and then I come back here, and as you can see, once I hover over this is what we are going to get. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is to let's target the footer line. So for the footer of, I think I do footer line. Let's see, this is one of the empty divs we created right here. So as you can see, it is footer dash line. So for the footer line, I'm just going to make the width 100%, and then we're going to have the height set to 1 pixel, like so, and the background is going to be container color, and right there we're going to have a margin of 4 rem to the top, 0 to the left and right, and 1 rem to the bottom. So now if I save, we're going to get this line like so. Now let's target the copyright. So for the copyright, and let's target the small tag inside of that copyright. So we want the text, align this to center, and then display this block. So if I save, as you can see right here, this is what we get. So we are finally done with the footer section as well. So the next thing we're going to do is to target the scroll up button. And as you can see on the finished version of this website, this is the button we're talking about. So when you click on it, it takes you to the very top, and then it disappears until you scroll to a certain height again, and then it comes back again. So we're going to be seeing how to create this right now. So what you want to do on your HTML, come back, and then let's create a head tag with a class of scroll up and an ID of scroll dash up, like so. And then right here, I'm just going to put a hashtag there, and in here I want to put an icon. So we're going to come back to remix icon, and I'm just going to search for let's do arrow. So arrow, and we're going to pick the one going to the top. So this one right here, it says arrow up, and it is the fill version. So I'm going to copy that, come back to our site, and then go back to our Visual Studio Code or whatever code editor you're using, and I'm just going to paste that right there. And that is all for the HTML part. Now let's come back to the CSS, and in this CSS, as you can see, I already have my comments. So the next thing I'm going to do is to target the scroll up, and right here I want to set the position to fixed. So I want the position to be fixed, and then the right value is going to be 1.5 rem. 1.5 rem. The bottom is going to be negative 30%, and then the background we're going to do F2D6 1E 3C. So this is a value with a low opacity, as you can see right here. So the extra two digits or two things there are for the opacity. So we reduced it right here, but I just want to use the hex value. I don't want to use the RGBA value. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is to have a backdrop filter. So for the backdrop filter, we're going to target the blur, and then in the blur we want to set 16 pixel, like so. And I'm just going to duplicate this, and before the backdrop filter I'm going to add the web kit, like so. So the next thing I'm going to be doing is set the display to inline flex, and then the padding is going to be 0.6 rem. We're going to have a border radius of let's do 0.5 rem, and then the font size is going to be 1.15 rem. And next we're going to have the color set to title color. Next, the Z index is going to be set to the Z tooltip. And lastly, we're going to have the transition set to 0.3 seconds. So if I save, we still can't find it yet. And that is because we have the bottom value set to negative 30%. So right now, if I should remove this and then make it 0, as you can see, we have it right here. So we're going to make that back to negative 30% and then hit save. And the next thing we're going to do is to come to for the hover section. As a matter of fact, let's make the negative value, let's do 3 rem, so that we can see what we are styling. And right here, we're going to set the scroll up hover. So for the hover state, we want to set the transform and then translate Y to negative 0.25 rem, like so. So when you hover it, it's going to move to the top just a little bit, just like that. All right, so now we can set the value back to the bottom value back to negative 30%. So hit save. So the next thing we're going to do is to come back to our main.js, and right here let me leave a comment as well. So this is going to be the scroll up. All right, so next what we can do is, first we're going to create a function. So right here I'm going to do function scroll up, and I'm going to open that up. Next I'm going to drag in the scroll up with document.get element by ID, and we're going to grab the scroll up ID. And we're not just making this scroll up. As you can see in our index.html, we created the scroll up ID right here. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do, basically what we want to do is when we scroll to at least 350 viewport height or more, we want to activate a class that is going to make the the icon appears again. So what we can do is to create an if-else statement. if it's greater equal to 350 viewport height, then we want to set the scroll up and then give it a class list dot add. So we're going to add this class of show scroll. So show scroll is a class we're going to be adding. Else the scroll up dot class list dot remove at show scroll. All right, so the next thing we're going to do here is a window dot add event listener, and we're going to listen for the scroll event, and then we're going to activate the scroll up function. So right now, if I save this and nothing happens yet, and that's because we only added this, or we created this show scroll class right here, but it is not functioning. It doesn't even exist at all. So we're going to do that right here. First, I'm just going to add a comment of show scroll, and here I'm going to paste that in, and then all I want to do is set the bottom to 3 rem. And now I'm going to hit save, and as soon as I do that, as you can see right here, we have a button right here. So now if I should click on this, it's going to take me to the very top, and the reason why it is smoothly going up is because from the beginning in our, let me just go back to our style.css, at the very top, somewhere around here, we set the HTML right here. We gave it a scroll behavior of smooth. So if I should take this out, and then everything should still work, but when I click on this, it's just going to jump to the very top, as you can see. So let me do that again. If I click on it, it's going to jump to the very top, and we don't want that to happen. So that is why we have this. And right now, if I go here and then I click, as you can see, it's going to smoothly scroll back to the very top, just like that. So this is looking great already. Okay, so that is that for the scroll up button. Now I want to target something that we often overlook on our website, and the first one is the scroll bar right here. So this scroll bar that we can use to drag up and down, we're going to style that the way we want it to look like. And then secondly, our selection. So as you can see, we don't have anything blue on our website, but when we select, or when our user try to maybe copy some content right here, as you can see, it's going to be giving them this weird blue color, and we don't want that. So let's see how we can style those two things. So first of all, I'm going to see how we can do the scroll bar. So let's fix the scroll bar first. First, I'm going to make a comment, and I'm just going to call this the scroll bar. So the scroll bar is basically this stuff right here. So this one that we can use to move up and down, that is the scroll bar. So right here, I'm going to target the WebKit. So we'll do this, and then WebKit, and then the scroll bar. So right here, we're going to do the width. We want to set the width to 0.6 rem, and the background color, we're going to set that to 161F2E, and the border radius, we're going to make that 1 rem. So now if I save, as you can see, this has changed, but then we can't really see the thumb. So the thumb is that stuff that you use to drag up and down like this. So let's see how we can style that as well. So what I can do is to copy this, come down here, paste it, and then add the thumb, just like that. So right here, I'm going to give this a background color of 2A, 3E, 5b. And then I'm going to set the border radius to 1 rem. So if I save, as you can see, now we have the thumb as well. We can see it right now. So let's also set a hover state for this thumb. So I'm going to copy everything, come down here again, paste it, and then the hover. So for the hover state, we just want to set the background color to 33496 and C. So if I save, now if I hover over it, as you can see, the color changes just like that. It changes smoothly. And let's add a transition here as well. So transition of 0.3 seconds. So this is looking really cool. So now let's see how we can fix the selection color. So for that, let's come back to our style.css. So right here, I'm going to make another comment, and I'm going to call this the selection color. So something like that. So right here, we're going to target the selection like so, and then we want to give this a color of body color. So whatever text is there, we're going to change the color to body color, which is the dark color. And then the background color, we're going to set that to our first color, which is the yellow color. So if I save this and then I come back here and I try to highlight anything right here, as you can see, the color is the background, our background color, and then the background color itself is our yellow color, which is the first color. So the color itself is dark and then the background is yellow. So if you do this anywhere, you get these same colors as well. Okay, so for the sake of other browsers, let's copy everything we have here and duplicate it like so, just one time. And right here, I'm just going to add in mods, just like that. And that is all we need. So I'm going to save that, and we are done with the selection as well. So next, we're going to move to the responsive mode of this website. All right, so before we move to the responsive mode, let's check our website again from the navigation. So if I click on the About section, it's going to take us to the About section. And then if I should click on the popular section, it's going to bring us right here. As you can see, everything is working perfectly well. Next, if I should click on the products, it's going to take us to the products where we have our filters right here. As you can see, everything is working. And then if I should click on the downloads, it's going to take us to the download section where we can also download our app. So everything is working just fine. And if I should click on this button, it's going to take us back to the very top. Okay, so now let's move to the responsive mode. So what I can do, I'm going to click on this right here so that we can have the mobile version. So right here, I'm going to come back. I want to go to the very small tab. So for this device, as you can see, it is very small. So I'm going to come back to our code. Right here, I'm going to make a comment. So this is for small devices. So at media screen, and so right here, I'm going to target the max width, and it's going to be 350 pixels. So from 350 pixels downwards, what I want to change the container to, let's do margin left of 1 rem, and then margin right of 1 rem as well. So next, I'm going to target the section. So section, I'm going to do padding of 3.5 rem to the top, 0 to the left and right, and 1 rem to the bottom. Next, I want to target the scroll up. And for the scroll up, all I want to do is to set the right to 1 rem. So it was formerly 1.5 rem. Now we are setting it to 1 rem. And if I should save, as you can see, everything is working just fine. So even if we shrink this down, as you can see, everything still works fine like so. All right. So now let's move to the next screen, which is this right here. So for this size, I'm going to create another media query. So at media screen and max width, so this is going to be 320 pixel. All right, so for this right here, what I'm going to do is to target some few things. So the first one is going to be the brands. So I'm going to target the brands container, and for the brand container, I want to set the gap to 2.5 rem. So before I save this, let's see the brands. So these brands right here, let me go back to this view. So these brands right here, and now if I save, we are going to get them like this. So this is much better. Next, let's target the Y description. So for the Y description, I want to set the font size to H2 font size. And if I save, this is what we get. So the next thing we're going to target is the popular section. We want to set the padding top to 19 rem. So the padding top for the popular section has been set to 19 rem, and everything still works. Next, we're going to target the newsletter inputs, and we're going to make the width 100%. And that is that for this media query. So next, let's go for the medium devices. So for the medium device, I'm going to create a media screen and min width. So let's see where things start getting annoying. So somewhere around, let's see the about section. All right, so let's do something with this card. So I'm going to come back here. I'm going to say 576 pixel. So let's target from 576 pixel, and we want the about data card. Let's set the width to 300 pixel. So if I save and go back, as you can see, these are now smaller. So the next thing, let's see what we have. Okay, so let's target this Y container. So right here, I'm going to do Y container and then set the padding to 2.5 rem. All right, so next, let's see this section right here. I'm going to target the newsletter container, set the padding to 2 rem, 2.5 rem, 2.5 rem, and 2.5 rem. So if I save, we're going to get something like this. Okay, so this is not looking good. Let's see. All right, so I'm going to copy this. So let's target this right here. So I'm going to do a display of flex and then justify content of center, and this should do the trick. All right, so right now this is looking good. So moving forward, let's go to the product content. So right here, I'm going to go to product content like so, and one grid template columns to be repeat to 228 pixel, and then want to set the row gap to let's do 1.5 rem, and then the column gap, let's do 2 rem. So if I save now and then I go back, we are going to get this for the tablet version, and this is looking awesome already. And as you can see, everything still works as well. All right, so next let's see. Okay, so let's target this app section. So for the app, let's do the app container. Padding is going to be 0, 3 rem, 3 rem, and then 2 rem. Okay, so next let's target the padding, the app img, and for that we're going to set the width to 50%. And if I save and take a look, all right, so this is looking much better. So let's target the buttons as well. So for the buttons, app btns, we can do display of grid templates columns. We'll do repeat 2, and then max content, then the column gap, we're going to set that to 1 rem. Next, 1 rem. Next, let's do justify items. We're going to set that to the center. So now this is what we get for the buttons as well. So the next thing we're going to do right here is to target the footer. So for the footer, let's do the data. And as you can see right here, we have enough room to split these into 2. So what we can do here is to do grid templates columns. So we're going to do repeat 2 and 1 fr. So if I save this, we are going to see something like this, and this is looking way much more better. Okay, so now let's go for the large device. So for large devices, so right here, I'm also going to set media query. So let's see where we're going to start this from. First of all, I'm going to go to the top, and right here I'm just going to keep dragging until, okay, so somewhere around here something isn't right. So as you can see, our navigation menu has become something else, and then our hero section is not really looking good at the moment. So let's see what we can do to this. So right here I'm going to do 767 pixel, and let's target the section. So for the section, I want to set the padding to 7 rem to the top, 0 to left and right, and 2 rem to the bottom. And next, let's target the nav. So for the nav, I'm going to set the height to calculate the header height, calculate the var header height, and then plus 1.5 rem. So this is going to be the height right now. As you can see, it has been increased. And then so I'm going to say nav toggle, and I'm also going to grab the nav close. So these two, we're going to set them to display of none. And if I save, we're not going to see those anymore. So now let's target our nav link. So for the nav link, we want to set the flex direction to row, and then the column gap, we're going to set that to 3 rem. Column gap 3 rem, and then the padding top, we're going to make that 0. Okay, so something is wrong. Oh, nav list, not nav link. So we're grabbing a nav list, and as you can see, this is working fine. So the next thing we can do is to grab the nav link now. So for the nav link, we want to set the font size to normal font size, and we're going to get something like that. All right. So next, let's move to the hero section, which is also known as the home section. So for this, let's see, I'm going to grab a bunch of stuff. So the home container, and right here we also want to grab the about, and we'll also grab the app container as well, by the way. So let's do this. So the about container, and then the app container, let's put a dot right here. So for these three, we're going to set the grid templates columns to repeat to 1FR, like so. And now if I save, and then as you can see, home container, about container, app container. Okay, the about container worked, and then the app container as well worked, but I'm having issues with the home container itself. So let's go back to our index.html and see what might be possibly wrong. Okay, so the issue is while we're creating the home section in the HTML part, we put this outside of the container. So that is not how it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be before the closing container tag. So this is the container, this is the closing div for the container, as you can see right here. So the home image is also supposed to be inside of it. So now if I save and then I go back, as you can see, the home section as well is working fine, like so. So going back to our style.css, right here, let's target the home title, like so, and then let's give this a font size of 2.3 rem, and that's going to be a tad bigger. So now let's target the home img, and right here I want to give a maximum height of 600 pixels, so like that. And next we're going to target the about group. So for the about group, we're going to order this to 1. So right now, as you can see, the image is right here. So we want to bring this image to the left side. So we're going to set the about group. I'm going to put the order to 1 so that it can swap places. As you can see right now, the image is here, and then this is also right here. Okay, so the next thing we're going to target is let's see what is wrong. So this brands container right here, we're going to target all these as well. So let's do that. I'm going to target the brands container, and then make the gap again to be 4 rem and to the top and bottom, and then 8 rem to the left and right. So as you can see, this is what we get for that. So now let's target this Y description. So for the Y description, or let's target the Y container first. So for the container, we want to set the padding to 5 rem, and then for Y description, we want to set the line height to 1.8 rem. So if I save now, we're going to get something like this. Next, let's target the popular. So for the popular, let's give this a padding top of 20 rem so that we can push that down a bit. So right there. And then for the news letter, let's do the data. We want to have a maximum width of 500 pixels. So this is for this right here. We want to have a maximum width of 500 pixels, and that is that right there. So now for the app container, this big boy right here, let's do some trick. So right here, I'm going to target the app container, and then justify content is going to be center, and then want to set the align items as well to center, and let's give the padding bottom 0, padding top, let's make that 2 rem, and then the margin top is going to be 2 rem, and also the position is going to be relative. So we get this. Next, we are going to target the app img. So for the app img, we want the position to be absolute. Right is going to be 3 rem, top is going to be negative 9.5 rem, and then the width is going to be 220 pixel, 3 rem right here. So if I save this now and then I go back, as you can see, this is what we have. So the next thing I'm going to do is to target the buttons. So for the button, I'm going to do, first of all, let's target the app data. So for the data, let's give this a width of 350 pixel. And yeah, so that is it. Then let's target the buttons. So iOS btn A, and then Android btn A as well. So we want the padding to be 0.6 rem top and bottom, and then 1.4 rem left and right. So this is what we get now. Okay, so that is that for the large screen. Now let's go for the larger screen. So devices, let's first do the media screen, and we're going to do the mean width again, but this time we're going to be targeting the 1040 pixel, and for that I'm just going to exit out of this so we can see what we have right now. So the first thing I'm going to do is to set the container and give the container margin left of auto, margin right of auto, and just that should be able to center everything as we see right here. So good. Next, let's target the home title. So for the home title, we want the font size to be 3.5 rem. The line height is going to be auto, the line height auto, and then the margin bottom, we want that to be 1 rem. So we get this big text right there. Next, let's target the home description. So just want that to have a margin bottom of 3 rem. Also, we're going to target the home button. So let's target this home button. So right here, home button, we're going to set a margin bottom of 1.5 rem, like so. And something looks weird in the home button, so I'm going to go back to the top real quick. So in the home section where we have the home button, I want to see if there is a font weight on this. So there is none. I'm going to add a font weight here. So we need a font weight of font semi-bold, and now it's going to automatically affect here as well. All right, so let's go back to the bottom where we have our media queries. So after this home button, let's target the home IMG. So for the IMG, we want the position to be absolute. We want top to be 17%, 17% like so. And then we want the right to be 14%. Also, with the width, it's going to be 30%. So with that, we're going to have this right there. Next, let's target the about IMG. So the about IMG, which is this one you see right here. So we're going to do about IMG, and right here we're going to set the width to, let's do 75% and see 75%. Okay. About IMG. So I'm just going to check that real quick. All right, so we do not have any class on this. I'm going to set a class of about IMG like so, and now we should see the effect. Okay, so that is what we are gunning for. So now let's come back to our style.css, and right here we are going to style the about container as well. So let's target the about container, which is this one right here. We want to set the width to 400 pixels. So we want to set the justify items to center, and then the gap, we want that to be the gap, actually we want that to be 0 like so. And right now this is looking way much better. All right, so moving forward, let's do the about card. So the about data card, and here we're going to set the width to 400 pixels. So they're going to be a little bigger. I'm talking about this card right here. Okay, so now let's see the next section. So let's style this part as well. So the brands, for the brands, I'm just going to do brands container, grid template columns, and we're going to repeat that 6 times, and then a maximum content. So right now we're going to have those on a single line. So I think we should also increase the size. So for that, I'm just going to come here and say brands IMG. So the width, let's set that to 50 pixels. Yeah, just a tad bigger. Okay, let me see the Y container or Y description real quick. Okay, so the line height, we made a mistake. It's not supposed to be 1.8 rem. It's only supposed to be 1.8, not 1.8 rem. And as you can see, this is looking much better. So I mistakenly put rem there. Please take it off if you did that as well, and I'm sorry for all the errors. All right, so right here, let's target the popular container, and we're going to set the width to 875 pixels, and then the padding top is going to be 3 rem. So that is for the popular container right here. And as you can see, this part is 100% perfect, and that is because while we are doing that right here, we already set the breakpoints. So as you can see right here, these are the breakpoints, so we don't have to do anything for the swiper JS as well. So that is looking good. Next, let's do the popular card. So for the card, we want the width to be 258 pixel, and then the margin bottom is going to be 5 rem. Just like that. This is looking much more better. Next, let's see the product container. So the product container, I'm talking about this right here. So this product container, what we want to do here is to give this a padding bottom of 2.5 rem. Cool. Okay, so let's target the product filters. We want to set the column gap to 2 rem, and then the margin bottom is going to be 4.5 rem. Yeah, so something like that. All right, so next let's target the product items. So product item, and for the item we want the width to be 52 pixel. The height is going to be 52 pixel as well. Nice. And also let's target the product item and then img. So all the logos, we want them to have a width of 2 rem. So this is looking a little bigger right now. All right, so next for the product container, or let's do the product content. So for the product content, let's do grid template columns, repeat 3, and then 248 pixel. So if I save now, this is what we are going to get. All right, so now let's turn the gap to 3 rem. Okay, so let's target the product card. I'm going to set the margin bottom to 0, and now we're going to get this by default. All right, so this is working just fine. Next, let's target the app container. We're going to do the padding of 3 rem, 0, 2 rem, and 5 rem. Then we're going to set the margin top to 11 rem. So as you can see, this is what we get. So next, we're going to target the app img. So for the img, let's set the position to absolute. The right is going to be 5 rem, and the top is going to be -16 rem. Then we're going to have the width set to 330 pixel. So now if we have a look, this is what we are going to see. So this is what we are gunning for, and that looks better. So next for the app, let's see the app data. We're going to set the width to 400 pixel. Also for the iOS BTN A and the Android BTN A, we're going to set the padding to 0.7 rem and then 1.6 rem. So that looks way much better. Okay, so that is that for the app section. Now let's see if we can change the size of the iOS BTN AIMG and Android BTN AIMG. So let's change the width to 25 pixel and see. Okay, this is much better. So this is way much better than how it was before. So now let's tackle the footer area right here. So what I can do is come back here, and then I'm going to do footer data. So for the data, I'm going to set the grid template columns to repeat 4, and then max content, and then justify content is going to be space between, just like so. So now this is what we get by default. All right, so this is the end of this section. Next thing we're going to be doing now is to see how we can add animation to this website. So we're going to be using the help of ScrollReveal library for that. So let me show you the finished version so you can understand what I'm saying again. As you can see, when I refresh, we get this nice transition, and if I scroll down, as you can see, everything keeps coming in smoothly, just like so and like so. And as you can see, everything here works just fine. So next, let's see how we can make this happen as well. So let's take a look at the website one more time before we start adding the transition and animations. So if I click on About, take us to the About page. Popular takes us to Popular section. The Product takes us to the Product sections right here, which everything also works just fine. And then the Download will take us to the Download section as well. And if I should click on this, we're going to go back to the very top. All right, so everything is working just fine. Now let's add our animations. So in order to do that, we're going to head down to ScrollReveal.js. As you can see, scrollrevealjs.org. I'm going to make sure to leave the link in the description below. So what you want to do is click on this GitHub logo right here. And then I'm going to come down to the dist. So in that dist, I'm going to click on scrollreveal.main.js. I'm going to click on raw. And here, right here, I'm going to right click and save as. So I'm going to put this inside my folder. So assets.js, and then I'm going to save that right here. And as you can see, we have scrollreveal.main. I'm going to save that here. And then I'm going to close this. So let's go to the guide as well. In case you don't want to download that, you can just come here and copy this tag right here. So once you copy this, just put it in your script just before the body closing tag in your HTML, and you're good to go as well. But I like to have the files together with my other files as well. That's why I am downloading. All right, so once you get that, let's go back to first of all, let's go back to our website, and then let's go back to our code editor of choice. And right here, I'm going to make a comment, and I'm going to call this let's say scroll review JS. Okay, so for this, what I'm going to do is const scroll review equals scroll review, and I'm using capital I'm capitalizing the word right here in case you observe it. So scroll, and then right here as well, review. Okay, so in here we're going to open that up, and I want to set the origin to top. So by default, the origin is going to be from the top, so everything is going to be coming from the top, and we can set that to whatever we want later, and I'm going to show you. So the distance, we want the distance to be 60 pixel. Also, let's set the duration to let's do 2500, and then let's have the delay. So the default for the delay is going to be 400. And yeah, so right here I'm just going to add comma, and down here sorry, I'm going to terminate this rather, and down here I'm going to target the sr.review. So we want to animate our home. So let's go back to, so this right here is the first thing I'm going to be doing. So I'm going to target that, and it's called the home sub, if you remember. So right here, as soon as I do this and I hit save, and then I refresh, nothing happens. So the reason why it wasn't working is because I forgot to, bring in the ScrollReveal file that we downloaded from ScrollReveal.js GitHub. So I forgot to, bring that in. So I'm going to be doing that now. So script with source, and then let's head to the assets JS, and then ScrollReveal.me. So if I save that and I come back here, as you can see, this is working now. And if I refresh again, that is working just fine. All right, so let's come back to our JS. And I think the next one I'm going to be doing is I'm just going to duplicate this. So I'm holding Alt and Shift and then the down arrow. And as soon as I do that, I want to change it to, let's do title. So home title. But then I want to set a delay. So by default, as you can see, we have a 400 delay. So I don't want the home sub and the home title to come at the same time. I want like 100 delay on that. So what I'm going to do is to type in delay, and in there I'm just going to put in 500, and that is all. So as you can see, there is a little bit of delay in between the both of them. All right, so next I'm going to do the same thing for the description. So just home description, and right here the delay is going to be 600. So if I save and go back, as you can see, everything is working. So then I'm going to do it again, and right now I'm going to target the BTN. So let's do the BTN, and right here is going to be 700. So if I save that, as you can see, that is what we get. Okay, so now let's target, let me show you how you can target two things at the same time. So here I'm going to do value number, and I'm going to put a comma right here, and I'm going to target the home value description as well. So right here we're just going to put a delay of 800, and then we want them to come at interval. So I'm going to do interval of 100, and if I save this now, this is what we are going to get. Okay, so the BTN, home BTN, I think that doesn't really work. So let's see again. As you can see, the home BTN is not working, and that is because I selected the wrong thing. It's supposed to be home-BTN, not __. So right now, as you can see, everything is working. So now let's grab the ScrollReveal line as well. So I'm going to copy or duplicate this, and then I'm going to bring it down like so. I'm still going to make this 800. So because this is going to be the line, so let me change this to home, so or line-h. So now everything is going to come in at the same time, but at interval with 100 interval in between. So this 100 interval. All right. So yeah, that is that for the line. Now let's do for the home, and for the home IMG rather. And for the home IMG, I'm going to show you how to change the direction. So right now, if I save, everything is coming from the top to the bottom, but I want this home IMG to go from the bottom to the top. So how I can do that? First, let's target the home __ IMG. So we're going to have a delay of 900. Put a comma right here, and then set the origin to bottom. It is as simple as that. If I save and come back here, as you can see, the image goes from the bottom. Let me refresh that again, and as you can see, it's going from the bottom to the top. So that looks cool. So, and this is how you get that. So I'm just going to do the about section as well, so that you can see how easy it is. And then the other content, I'm just going to copy and paste them in, so I don't waste our time. I've already spent too much time recording this stuff, so I don't want to waste our time anymore. So for the about section, let me see. So what we can do is to duplicate this and then bring it down. So I'm just going to put in here about _ data. So I'm grabbing all this data, everything at once. So we don't want a delay on this. Let it be as default, but we want the origin to come from the right. And then for the about img, we want the origin to come from the left. So if I save this now and then I go back, as you can see, that is what we get. So I wanted to take note, we didn't put any delay on the very first one. So if you're dealing with a new section, the very first thing you're doing, you are not adding any delay on it, because by default there is a delay of 400 right here. So you're not adding any delay for the very first thing, especially when two things are going to be coming just like this from the right and then from the left. You really don't need any delay. So okay, let me just do this this brand section as well, so that we can see. I'm going to duplicate this, bring it down like so, and right here I'm going to do browse _ content. So for the content, all I want here is interval, because I still want them to come from the top. So interval, I'm going to do 100, and that is going to make them come in one after the other. So if I refresh again, as you can see, one after the other, they will keep dropping just like that. So that is that for that. Let's do also the, I'm sorry for taking time, but I'm just trying to make sure that you get the idea. So right here, I'm going to do the Y section. So I'm just going to target the Y data, and for the Y data, we don't really need anything. We don't need any delay. We don't need anything. So if I save that, and then as you can see, the Y data as well is working just fine. So that is better. So next, I'm just going to copy the other contents that we have, and I'm going to paste them in. I'm sorry, I can't be able to type everything out one after the other, because I don't want to waste too much time. And this is the end of the tutorial. So I'm just going to paste that in. Okay, so finally I pasted everything in, and this is how I want mine to look like. So you can tweak this however you want. You can do yours however you want it to look like. I've shown you so many examples from here, so it is left to you to do it the way you want it to be. But this is how I want mine. So now if I go back here, and then let me go to the top, to the very top, and I'm going to refresh. So now as you can see, everything is working. Let me go to the about, everything worked. And then as you can see, the brands are coming in. If I go to the products, both the Y section and the product, everything works just fine. And then right here, as you can see, everything is working 100% fine as well as this part, and then as the footer as well. So as you can see, the footer is also working just fine. Okay, so quickly, just one more issue that I encountered. As you can see, when you come to this section right here, the download section, as you can see, the text is going to disappear. And so the easy fix for that, I forgot to do that while we were coding, so I'm just going to do that right now. So just after this active link, in when you change the background, this is still the header section right here. Just after the active link, I'm going to also make active link dot the download link, just like that. And then I'm going to give this a color of body color, and then a background of first color alt, just like so. And that is how we're able to fix this. So as you can see right now, everything works just fine. Alright, so we have finally come to the conclusion of this website, and the responsive mode, everything is working perfectly well as we expected them to be. And if you like this video, please give it a thumbs up, and then subscribe to this channel if you haven't already. And if you need the source code for this, I'll be leaving it in the description below so you can get it as well. So we finally finished our website, and like I said from the beginning of this video, we are going to be deploying this tutorial online for free, and we're going to be doing that using Netlify. So I want you to head over to the netlify.com right here, as you can see, and I'm going to be leaving a link in the description below as well. So what you can do is to sign up if you don't have an account already, but since I do, I'm just going to click on login, and this is going to sign me up. So once I'm in, as you can see, I've been using this stuff for a while. I already have some project deployed right here. So, but in order to get started, what you can do is click on add new, and so on this add new side, you have several options. You can import an existing project, start from a template, or deploy manually. So what we are going for is to deploy it manually. So I'm going to click on deploy manually, and as you can see, they say drag and drop your site output folder here, or browse to upload. So, but in this case, I'm just going to resize this to be small like this. I'm going to minimize this, and since we have our project here on our desktop, as you can see, if I should open this up, you're going to see the index.html and then the assets, which has the CSS, fonts, images, and everything right here. So all we need to do is to click and then drag this into this file. So as soon as we do that, you can see it starts uploading, and now we can maximize this. As you can see, it says site has not yet been deployed, because why? It is still uploading. So now it has been uploaded, and as you can see, it says your site is deployed. So right here we can click on this to view our website. Now let's do that. So if I should click on this, as you can see right here, this is our website and it is live, so we can share this link with anyone. However, in order to make sure that our link is as minimal as it can get, we are going to rename this website. So what I can do is to come down to where it says domain settings. So once I click on that, you can see where they write custom domains. So what I want to do is to click on options right here. So when you click on options, click on edit site name. So as soon as you do that, you can see this name right here. So what you can do is just get rid of that, and then let's write the name that we can easily remember. So DopeCars, I'm gonna put, let's see, DopeCars like with 3S. So DopeCars with 3S, and if I click on save, as you can see, this is what you're gonna get. So DopeCars.netlify.app. So that's what you're gonna be making use of. DopeCars.netlify.app. So if I click on save, as you can see now our domain has changed. So I can get rid of this one and then click on this new link, or I can just write in DopeCars.netlify.app, and as you can see, this is what we have. So you can rename this to whatever you want. You can even do DS if it is available, or DCS if it is available, whatever you want to use. So this is how we've been able to deploy this online. And just in case you're wondering, this also works responsively. So if I go to iPhone 12, as you can see, everything is still there. Even our navigation works just fine. Everything works as expected. And you can also view this on your mobile phone if you want to. You can view it anywhere you like to, and you can share this to anyone to get a dream job, or you can just share it to your friends to let them know and see the project that you've just created on your own. So yeah guys, this is the end. Please subscribe, and I'm very sorry for the background noises. I live close to the roadside and I don't have an office of mine, so my office is still in the house. So that is why we're having so many noise from the background, including vehicles passing by and then honking and all those stuff. So I really apologize for the noise, and I hope you enjoy this tutorial. Please leave the like on this tutorial, and don't forget to subscribe what you want to see next. And if there's any issues you want me to address for you, you can also leave that as well. I'll be glad to help you out with whatever issues you're having. All right guys, that will be all for today, and I'm gonna say peace to you all.